Okay, so hello everyone. Thank you all for being here, and I'm very excited to present to you this very special project. So today I'm going to talk to you about hammerhead. However, it is not the hammerhead that comes to mind when you think of the word hammerhead. It is rather this kind of like a unicorn shark that you usually only see in books, the scalloped bonnethead. So the Spirna corona is a critically endangered shark that is also the smallest hammerhead species, reaching a record size held by us of 101 centimeters total length, and it reaches maturity at 48 centimeters. Even though it's a critically endangered shark and such a cute little thing, there are so many things that are unknown about this shark. Like, we don't know much about their behavior, their basic ecology, or a lot of questions about basic biology. It used to be distributed from the Gulf of California all the way down to Peru. However, it has disappeared throughout most of its range due to coastal fisheries mainly. But in Colombia, it is thought that this was one of the last refuge areas where you can still find them in relatively good abundances based on fisheries data. That's why in 2021, during one of the expeditions that the Colombian Navy does to these remote locations, we were able to join, and we basically showed all of the fishermen there like a picture of this yellow hammerhead, and we're asking, like, have you seen this shark here in the area? We wanted to know if they were catching it often. And then we encountered this one fisherman that was like, yeah, I see it. I can take you to a spot where you will catch one within 10 minutes. We didn't believe it at first, honestly, because this is like such a rare shark. And then we were corrected, because not even 10 minutes later, it was 8 minutes later with 5 hand lines in the water that we caught one of these sharks, and you can see how happy we were. Unfortunately, this area is, even though it's a national park, it is heavily fished by local fishermen with long lines, and this species is caught as bycatch and locally consumed very often. So as soon as we noticed like this was happening, the interaction between fishermen and this tiny shark, we started to ask, like, okay, what's a way that we can reduce the mortality of this shark in the area? So the first question that we had to answer was, what's the areas they're using? Like, where are they spending the most time? So we work with 5 communities in the area where the like orange spots are. And based on local knowledge, we kind of narrowed down the area we wanted to focus for our first question, which was, where are they using the park? Which areas of the park they are using? So we did narrow it down to outside area of the park, and decided to focus on the southern portion of the park because it was the area with the least conflict between the fishermen, and if we wanted to do science, like, it was a good option. They wouldn't be mad if we kind of like closed the area for fishing. And we did acoustic telemetry, and the results of this research resulted in the first ever published paper for a movement ecology of this shark. So some of the results were that we found that there was lower presence during king tides and variation by time of day. However, I would say the most important result was that they were very, very resident to a very small area. So we found that larger females also had lower residency, and you can see here, they were using mostly only one receiver. And keep in mind that one receiver probably has like 300 meters of range. They were so resident that we even caught one shark after a year in the exact same spot. It was named Matilde, after one of the fishermen's daughter. And you can see in the presence plot, she was around that one receiver, basically the whole monitoring period. And if you're wondering what that gap is, it was just like a red tide that occurred in the area. All the sharks left, but importantly, they all came back after the red tide kind of like passed. Now, we've had many challenges with this project, as a lot of you may have experienced if you're working like a low income community in the tropics. We lost a lot of the receivers in the northern area, so we had to pivot and find ways to collect data in those regions where we could not deploy acoustic receivers. So we decided to do acoustic transects, and what we found was exactly the same pattern as what we found with the passive acoustic telemetry. We also decided to do a species-specific eDNA assay where for 3 different species that are encountered in the park, we wanted to use this assay to determine different like critical habitats. And for Spirna corona, we found also the exact same patterns as the acoustic telemetry, where filter 5 and filter 4 had the higher DNA signal compared to the other filters. Now, after noticing all this and how resident these sharks were to the area, we also wanted to answer, like, if we go and protect this small region, how many sharks will we be protecting? So that's when the Proyecto Cachuda was born, because the data needed to collect these, the collection of the data needed to answer the question of how many sharks are using the area was also a great opportunity to make the project the community's project. So we started this mark recapture project where we trained the fishermen to measure the sharks, to deploy pit tags on them, and to release them and take all that data and send it to us. And we hired them to go on these fishing trips. We paid for the fuel and their time. And so based on this data, we've been able to, or they have already tagged and released 298 tags from October 2024 to October 2026, to May 2026. And so far, we've had 8 recaptures, and so far we haven't really noticed any trends on the population, but we have noticed some seasonality to it, with catch rates and sizes of the captured individuals increasing during the first months of the year. And this has also coincided with the things that we've seen in the field. For example, in February 2026, one of the longliners that fishes in the area brought back like 5 females, and 3 out of those 5 had either eggs or already developed embryos in the belly. And then in April 2025, we also saw these like big females that we predicted or like guessed they were pregnant. On that picture there, it's like a very cool picture because you can see I don't know if you can see it, but it's like a tiny shark already developing there, and you can see the cephalofoil in the egg. Now, as you've seen, this project has been very community-driven, not only because these communities are the ones that are going to make a difference in protecting this shark, but also because these communities live in a different reality and they need a lot of our understanding. So, for example, they are in an area that's the poorest region in Colombia, and they grew up with like a lot of conflicts around them, a lot of corruption and many issues. So they have grown very reluctant to work with outsiders. So a way that we've tried to create like a trusting relationship was through listening to them and listening to their issues. And for example, there was one time last year that they had these huge king tides and destroyed the houses of many people in the area. So we were able to raise funds to provide some roofs for these families. And we also were able to donate some desks made out of recycled plastic for the school there. So through all of this, we've been able to create this trusting relationship, but also including them in this science has allowed us to create this platform where we can do like sound science and also focus on the community as well. And through all this, we have increased the buy-in and engagement of the communities with the project. And a good example of this like science and community engagement coming together is like based on the telemetry results, we found that the orange area there is like a very important area for this shark. So we decided to talk with them and see if we could get to an agreement on protecting the area and like not fishing in this area. They agreed, and they built these like handmade flags to delineate the area so other fishermen would know that this is like a no-take zone. And that's how they've gone from catching to releasing to carrying. And yeah, it hasn't been through workshops or like lectures from us. It has been from listening to each other and understanding where they are coming from. And yeah, we have many other questions that we want to answer about this species, but it's an ongoing work. Thank you to all the funders. And I think I have a minute for questions.
Thank you, Maria. It's great to see a spotlight on that species, and I can imagine the excitement of finding one within 8 minutes. We do have time for questions, if there's anyone that would like to ask anything.
I guess I'll take one. So I had similar problems working in Costa Rica with receivers disappearing.
Yeah.
And I find, well, you were lucky that the residency was very, very huge for your sharks. But do you think it could still work to do those acoustic transects even if you have a little bit more mobile sharks?
So our next step is not going to be doing acoustic transects. What we found that is better for like statistical analysis is doing like dropping a receiver, staying there for some hours, and then moving around. That's going to be our option because the gill nets in the area are not going to allow us to deploy any acoustic receivers. So I think that's a way that we've been able to kind of pivot and find other ways to collect the data. We're going to hire one of the fishermen to go and do these surveys weekly, and yeah, that's
even better.
Thank you, Maria.
Thank you.
I think that's all we've got time for now. We're going to have to move on. So if you can grab Maria in the tea break, please.
Okay. Yeah.
But thank you again. Okay, and next up we have Malsha Ranathunga, who will be looking at youth awareness and attitudes towards shark conservation in Sri Lanka.
Hello. Today I'm going to present about my research about youth awareness and attitude towards shark conservation in Sri Lanka. As we all know, sharks are top predators of marine ecosystem, and particularly they are declining day to day because of overfishing and overconsumption, especially in Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka has culturally and economically importance of shark consumption, and despite their importance of ecological awareness and the shark values are misunderstood. So while I'm doing some researches about this, I found that there was a gap between youth perspective on shark conservation and consumption patterns in Sri Lanka. Background of these research gaps and I found of these research gap. This research based on major four key objectives. So the first one is assess youth awareness of shark conservation in Sri Lanka, and examine attitude and misconception about sharks, and also assess the shark consumption behaviors among youth, and also explore the willingness to adapt and move to another shark friendly conservation friendly choices. And considering about the method, here we design online cross-sectional survey, and we made structured questionnaires for collecting data, and the target group is youth in Sri Lanka. So we assumed that normally young people are using a smartphone and social medias regularly, so we designed an online survey, and so we got 278 valid responses on these questionnaires, targeting on identify the consumer patterns, awareness and attitudes, and also the statistic analysis was done by descriptive analysis and Likert scale analysis. So let's move to the results part. Considering about the demographic results, first of all, we got equally gender distribution responses, 50% of males and 50% of female response we got from these surveys. And also, as we assumed, we got about 75% response from young people, like the age category 20 to 29, and also around 15 to 80% for response we got from 30 to 39 age categories. And also considering about the shark consumption pattern from the respondent, 92% was consumed shark meat within last 5 years. Only 8% didn't consume shark meat. And also considering about the type of meat they consumed, 43% consumed fresh and dried shark meat, and 39% consumed only dried shark meat, and 9% consumed only fresh shark meat. And considering about their beliefs and shark attack and danger and the shark removal, we had some statements like perception of human attack by shark frequently. In this statement, majority of the responded stay neutral, like 46%, 5% stayed neutral. That suggests that people doesn't have any idea whether shark attack by human happening in frequently or not. And considering about killing shark is increasing the swimmer safety statement. This has very clear pattern, majority, like above 75%. Strongly disagreed with that statement, and that suggests that people have a good understanding about swimmer safety, and there was no relationship between swimmer safety and killing sharks. And also the other, move to the next graph, perception about ocean would be peaceful without shark. This also follow the same patterns as before. Majority respond that they are really strongly disagree with that statement. So these results reveals that most of respondents has basic idea about shark, how shark affect to people human lives. And also considering about awareness of shark, role of shark in marine ecosystem. First of all, we had two statements which had a relationship between shark population and fish stock. The fever shark would enhance fish catch, and too many sharks cause fish decline. Both two statement has a neutral response that suggests that majority of respondents doesn't have clear idea about is there a relationship between shark population and fish stock. And considering about the role of and importance of the shark, role of shark of an ecological importance of sharks in ecosystems. So for this, majority has a clear idea. The sharks are helpful for maintaining ocean ecosystem, and also overfishing shark may leads to balance biodiversity and decline the diversity. So for this one, 55.9% and 61% was agreed with that statement. So this reveals that people have a clear idea about importance of ecological importance of sharks. But considering about the endangered sharkfish consumption, 63.7% doesn't have any idea about they are consuming endangered shark species. They are unaware about that. Because of that, they 35.1% do not support eating endangered sharkfish. It means the rest of them doesn't have any idea whether they are eating endangered sharkfish, sharks or not. And considering about the willingness to change the shark meat and change their behavioral patterns, the 52.5% not willing to change their consumption patterns. They doesn't like to change shark meat for alternatives. That suggests that overall, this suggests that people lack of awareness of importance of sharks and ecological importance of sharks may leads to not willing to change their behavioral patterns. Overall, to conclude this one, this study shows that moderate awareness of ecological importance and also poor understanding of endangered shark species and their consumption, and this leads to strengthening educational and outreach. Outreach could improve conservational attitudes. That means like making some awareness program and outreach, community outreach can increase the normal people, normal respondents from Sri Lanka can evaluate their knowledge about importance of sharks and can be lead to shark conservation. And this research was supported by our foundation travel grant. And thank you, Shark International, and thank you.
Thank you, Malsha. It's interesting to see what the perceptions are on shark conservation. Seems like there's a bit of work to do. Does anyone have any questions? We do have time for one or two here now.
Thank you very much for that interesting presentation. Considering that over half of the people that are consuming sharks will continue to do so, what would your message be if you were to design an educational outreach campaign based on these results?
I guess in Sri Lanka there are only 5 species banned shark fishing, but there are a lot of endangered shark species still fishing and people are consuming, and also people doesn't know what they are eating. They just eat sharks. They doesn't know any species. So I think if we can make an awareness programs about their importance and different shark species, I think they might understand and they can change their behavioral patterns.
Hi, thank you for the talk. I wanted to ask, do you have a clear sense of how much people know they're eating shark, or do you encounter people who are surprised to hear that this fish they're eating is actually shark?
Yeah. From considering about the dried feed, sometimes people doesn't know they are eating that dried meat is shark.
Thank you, Malsha. We'll have to move on to the next talk for now. Thank you. Okay, next up, we're moving on to Japan with a talk from Rika Ozaki looking at manta research.
Hi, everyone. My name is Rika, and I'm a first-year PhD student. And today, instead of really going into the nitty-gritty of what the actual PhD research is, I kind of want to explain to you and show you the people behind the research, what makes it possible, and also the history that has made it possible. So please come along for the journey. So my research is set in the Ryukyu Islands. It is an island archipelago just south of Japan. It's part of Japan, but it's south of Japan, stretching from the south of Kyushu around 1,000 kilometers all the way towards Taiwan. And it's made up of around 55 different islands. And our story is going to start here in this yellow box. We're just going to zoom in a little bit. And so this is the main island of Okinawa. It's probably the one that everyone has heard of the most. But we're starting here in Shimozone, which is a seamount just south of the Kerama Islands. And we were able to tag our first oceanic manta here in 2024. And this is the oceanic that we tagged, not I tagged, but called Magi, a male oceanic manta. And around 4 months later, this oceanic manta, the tag came off and we retrieved it here in Kumejima. And the line from Shimozone to Kumejima is around 60 kilometers, but this tag revealed a lot more movement than 60 kilometers, and it revealed a lot more of a culture and history about manta rays in Japan. And so through this tag, it kind of changed the whole landscape of the work and my life and everything. And Magi almost became this poster child of manta work in Japan, and it allowed us to expand our field sites not only to Kerama Islands, but we also were able to expand to Kumejima, Miyako, and the Yaeyama Islands. But maybe all of you are wondering, how does one manta ray do that? And so I'm just going to go through a little bit of how a diving community came together and how we're working to conserve mantas here. And this story starts actually quite a long time ago, a little bit of a long time ago, in 1971. And diving in Okinawa arrived around the 1960s after the war and when the US brought the diving gear over. And so mantas started becoming a thing only 10 years later. So it's quite ingrained in the diving culture. And the first people to document mantas in Japan was a diving magazine called Marine Diving in 1971. And in 1974, the name manta was used for the first time. In the 1970s, a Japanese name, Itomakie, was used. But in 1974, this name manta became popularized. And then as I think many people know Japan as a manga place, and so it's very unsurprising that only 7 years after the first record of that manta was published, we got a manga. And actually, this Legend of the Black Devil chronicles this manta that everyone is afraid of. Because the word devilry was used, everyone thought that it's a devil and it's very scary. And it was about everyone, these fishermen, being very scared of the manta. But when the fishermen are being attacked by a shark, the manta comes and saves them. And so this kind of chronicled the story of how people started falling in love with the manta. However, this popularity, I think everybody knows, comes with many issues over tourism, etc. And in the 1980s, big business people came and they wanted to enclose mantas in sea pens around the Yaeyama Islands, and they wanted to make a tourism industry out of it. And so this is where I want to introduce a very key player in our story, Takashi Ito. Oh my God, no. Oops. Okay, Takashi Ito. And he basically wrote this long letter to many, many news outlets, magazines, telling people about this. Many people didn't know it because they were not happening in their backyard, but this was happening in his backyard, and he was a dive operator in the Yaeyama Islands, and he basically said, I want people to know about this. And everyone started knowing about it. He raised a lot of awareness about this, and he became known as Manta Ito. But funnily enough, it wasn't his work that stopped the big businessmen. It was like 2 massive typhoons that absolutely destroyed the sea pens, and they said, okay, let's not do this. And going back to Ito-san, he became this iconic figure in Japan about mantas. And if you're in the manta world, maybe you've heard of him before because he is quite iconic. But he also published the Mantalog in the 1980s, where he chronicled and photographed all of the mantas that he had been seeing for over a decade. And he published 62 mantas in this book. And this serves as the first photo identification guide in the world. And so it started in Japan, and Ito-san was kind of the pioneer of this. And so I hope through that kind of history, through going through that journey, it's kind of clear and it's obvious that how integrated the manta rays are within the diving community. Because this connection between mantas and diving is exactly what made that single tag that we put on Magi, and that was recovered in Kumejima. Like, that's exactly what made this whole island conservation possible, because we weren't starting from scratch. These people had been diving and seeing these mantas for decades and decades before I was born. And so it wasn't hard to convince people why this was important and why we had to work together to understand where the mantas were going. And so we were stepping into kind of an existing network of people and an existing love for mantas. And so we tagged Magi in that purple box in Shimozone in the Kerama Islands. That's kind of the first field work that we did there. Then we recovered it in Kumejima, which then kick-started the Kumejima surveys. And then once we dissected the tag, we realized that Magi was spending a considerable amount of time in the Miyako Islands, which kick-started the Miyako Island surveys. And then the people in Yaeyama Islands caught wind of this, and they said, hey, why aren't you doing it here? And that kickstarted the Yaeyama survey. And so I really just want to highlight the people that are making this possible. Like, I'm just there on the boat diving with them. They're really the ones that have all the knowledge. They're really carrying this research forward, and I'm so happy to be here talking about them, putting them on this big stage. And they're the ones that are making this research really possible. And so I'm not really focusing on the results of this. If you want to see more, you can come to the poster. But just the achievement that we've been able to have in the past 2 years, we've been able to put out 17 tags on reef and oceanic manta rays across the archipelago, and really start to uncover the distribution of movement and the habitat use of these beautiful, beautiful creatures that we all love. And yeah, it's been a really amazing journey. And yeah, I just want to say a huge thank you. And yeah, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Rika. That was a fascinating look at the history of the manta in Japan. We do have time for questions if anyone would like to pitch anything. Okay, we'll catch up with you on the tea break. You got one?
Thank you. That was an awesome talk. My question is policy oriented. Is there an awareness or a position in the archipelago about finning within the Japanese government, and whether it's shark fins or rays?
I wouldn't say that there is. In Japan, the leading authority is not so much the government, it's actually fishers. And there's, especially the archipelago, it's not these big commercial fisheries like the mainland of Japan. It's very small scale, local-based fisheries, and these places do not engage in finning or even like gill trade. For example, like I work on the fishing boat as well, and they release all of the mantas and devil rays that they catch. So it's, I think, a little bit of a different dynamic than possibly, I can't speak for the mainland of Japan.
I think yeah, my main question was, like, do they have an opinion about the national government and what's going on?
I honestly don't know. Sorry, I've not talked about that. Sorry.
Thank you, Rika.
Thank you.
Okay, our next talk is from Fetra Metiegoum. Oh, sorry, no, I jumped ahead already. It's Masum, sorry, Masum. And we'll be looking at citizen science approach to protect the threatened shark and ray species in Bangladesh.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Colleagues and fellow shark and ray conservation practitioners, I'm so much grateful to have you here and to listen my talk. So I will be sharing actually two of citizen science network information and how this data fit into conservation actions in Bangladesh perspective. So I am Masum, working in Wildlife Conservation Society, and I have been working almost a decade about sharks and rays initiatives in Bangladesh. So Bangladesh is a global hotspot for sharks and rays, especially for their coastal waters, largest mangrove forest, and deep sea canyons. Sorry. And the coastal waters actually overlap with fishing grounds, and many of the sharks and rays species threatened areas like their nursery and feeding areas. So these critical habitats protect many of the threatened shark species like Ganges sharks, large-toothed sawfish, and giant freshwater whip rays. So we have confirmed or suspected sorry, I don't know what happened. Sorry. Yeah. So over 127 species, 2/3 of the sharks species are threatened, and three-fourths of the ray species are threatened according to IUCN Red List. And Bangladesh is the first country who protects 91 species of sharks and ray species. So our first network is Citizen Science Fisherman Network, and I'm sharing the information. So, you know, Bangladesh is a developing country, and most of the fishers don't have safety equipments during their fishing. So many thousands of fishermen dies every year due to the cyclones, and we thought that it will be good idea if we provide safety equipments to them. So we gave them GPSs so that they can safely navigate and come back to, so that they return to their home port. So we equipped them with GPS and other safety equipments like life jackets, and we have been collecting data from their main caches, targeted caches, as well as bycatches, like not only focusing on sharks and rays, but other valuable marine fishes, including other marine megafauna like cetacean marine turtles information. So we engaged local fishers and started this network in 2013, and we are covering 2 marine protected areas with major 4 coastal districts areas, and so these are the equipment we provide, so that we provided the geotag cameras, so that the specific location we got from the individuals. And so earlier we started with paper-based data collection, and we shifted it to digital data collection. We gave them the smart spatial monitoring and reporting tool for data collection. And through the training, monitoring, and motivation, we have been collecting data. So this actually not helping we have right now 27 citizen science fishermen, but we are not saving the 27 fishing boats. This actually help us to saving them almost 5,000 fishing boats, because they are followed by our citizen science networks. So these are the training sessions. So from January 2015 to April 2025, they have been recorded 11 shark species, and for most of the species was mainly the spade nose sharks, followed by the other requiem sharks. The fishermen also recorded the 14 species of ray species with their cast location, and this species was actually mainly the Bengal whip rays and giant freshwater whip ray, followed by the other stingrays, whip rays, devil rays, and guitar fishes. So I will be talking about the sharks and rays landing site data collectors. So you know that sharks and rays data collection is quite challenging. And if you go to the landing site, the fishermen will not allow you to collect the data, as well as the traders. So what we followed, actually, we got some people, those who closely work with the fishermen and traders and have good relationship with them. So we engage them as a data collector and collect the data from them. So this network started 2016, and they have been collecting data in a daily basis, and we had actually 11 major coastal landing sites in Bangladesh, and we are currently monitoring 9 major landing sites in Bangladesh. So these are the maps where we are covering actually, and we gave them these equipments to collect the data. So, and we faced a lot of problem to collect the data, because as we have been working with most of the coastal landing sites, but to collect the data from them is quite challenging, because we are not going too much to the field, and they are not sending the data to us through courier service or other services. So we shifted the data collection to Smart again and collected the data through the Smart. So through the regular, as these are not the educated people, low educated person, we trained and collected them the data. So through the regular training, motivation, and regular mentoring over calls, and by doing field visits, it has been a successful program. So from December 2016 to March 2026, our landing site data collector visited almost 16,000 days in 11 landing sites, and covers almost 10,000s of ray species in 53 ray species. So we found that 1 million of individuals they founded, and these are followed by these species. So our landing site data collector also recorded almost 7 million individual of sharks individuals, and the majority of the species was spaniel sharks, followed by the other hammerhead and devil rays and guitar fishes. So major noticeable achievement for this network is, as we know, that 250 mature Ganges sharks exist in the world according to IUCN red list, but we found 60 individuals in our country, and the last two species was the last species in our country we recorded. And a small eye stingray, it was first recorded in 1908, and after a century we just recorded it from the landing sites. And sharp-toothed lemon sharks, the data collector actually recorded this, and we got a confirmation from this data. So conservation, what we did this data, so firstly we actually gazette. Firstly, we developed the marine protected area, Newsum Deep Marine Protected Area in 2029, and we developed National Plan of Action, and we did a assessment report, and we uplisting in the national protection. So we did some NDFs, and yeah, these are the achievements through this data. So in conclusion, this citizen science actually bridges the gaps, and data poorer country like Bangladesh depends on citizen science, and it requires many more trainings, mentoring, and this kind of supports, and it's a cost-effective and long-term monitor. So countries like Bangladesh proves that communities, when trusted and equipped, become most effective conservation force. So these are the take-home messages, and I just want to, yeah, these are the safe release video from our network. These are the Ganges sharks they are releasing. Thank you, everyone, and thanks to our supporters who actually believed us to working in these two networks. If you have any questions, so I know I don't have any time, so I'll talk with you later. Yeah.
Thank you, Masum. That looks like you've got great engagement in the region. We don't have time for questions, I'm afraid, so if you can connect on the tea break if there are any further thoughts. So next up, we're going to Fetra to look at conservation of Elasmobranchs in Cameroon.
Hi everyone, I'm Fetra. So this morning I'm a little nervous because it's my first time doing this kind of presentation, and even my first time to attend an international conference. But I will be doing my best to share with you the work we are doing for sharks and ray conservation in Cameroon. So since 2015, African Marine Conservation Organization has been collecting data through and citizen science, what is calling SIREN. SIREN is a tool who enable fishers to record their daily catch during their work. So since 2019, AMCO started the Sharks and Ray Research and Conservation programs to support SIREN records. And all those allow us to record 46 species of sharks and ray, with 80% of them who are threatening. The most patterns we identified during our records were the increasing presence of juvenile sharks and ray in the landing site. And this raised up a a really concerns for the fishing pressure on sharks and our juvenile sharks and ray, and also for the population sustainability. So we decide to launch a community-driven conservation effort to involving fisher in conservation action rather than imposing them an external solution. So how do we achieve this vision? We ate like 3 ways. The first was catch documentation, where we collect samples, doing morphometry data during fish market survey to identify species, abundance, sex, maturity. The second way was the socio-economic survey to integrate people and fishers in data collections, determine the types of key of boats and all that scheme, and also the science engagement that I love so much, where we train fishers to safe handle of sharks and ray for live release, training them to identify threatening species while using GPS to record the catch location. So the outcomes. This study allowed us to have 2,152 individuals in the Boamanga and Longi fish market from 20 species during 123 working days. Concerning the maturity, we have the maturity of 6 most landing species, and we see that the black shin guitarfish and the hamhead scallop has the higher percentage of juveniles landed. Oh, one of the outcomes of our work was the first record of the Atlantic nurse sharks for the first time in Cameroon. I am the one who did it, who recorded it, and we identified it. So the other results we have concerning the socioeconomic survey, through 75 interviews, we will be enabled to have 8 fishers and make 8 sea trips. The collaborative 8 sea trip allow us with fishers to train them to practice the live release activity, and we have successfully released 2 pearl stingray. We also were enabled through the 20 catch location the fisher will provide to take 8 locations, and inside these 8 locations we have 7 of these who is overlapped to the Manyangana Campo, the newly and only marine protected area in Cameroon. So the challenges. One of the most challenges we have during this study was the fishing pressure of fishers, because they don't want you to do your study. They don't have time to you and for your study. They just want to sell her catch as more quickly as they can. So it will be a challenge for us. Also to integrate fishers to the conservation efforts, because they ask, do you have money for us? Why do I leave your species? Will you pay me? So to convince them to do this activity for nothing was a great challenge. Also, the limited observation of sharks and rays during the live release, because we just released 2 pearl stingray. So at the end of the day, to reduce sharks, we have to involve community, to work with scientists, but also with fisher communities. As I told you, we just released 2 pearl stingray, but 2 rays is not sufficient. 8 fisher train is not sufficient. So with the support of the Save Our Sea Foundation, we plan to expand this activity to other community of fisher, so as the Eboji and Campo fishers who are near the park, as told to you. And also, we plan to make the first sharks and rare collections to support the environmental education at schools. So I just want to thank everyone, the fisher community, siren fishers, our partners, our donors, and the research team, without who I will never be enabled to do this work. And I want to thank you too for the great energy you give me to end this presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fetra. That was fantastic, and could definitely not tell you you haven't done this before to this kind of audience. We do have time for questions if anyone would like to ask anything.
I have another one myself. That's easy. I'm very curious about your nurse shark. Were you able to find more, or has that been the only specimen you found so far?
Yes, it will be the first time and the only time we make it.
Excited to see if you find more when you extend to other areas too.
Yes, okay.
Fantastic, thank you. Feel free to catch up on the tea break. Okay, and the final talk we have in this block on community science is from Harriet Allen, who's going to look at beach finds to biodiversity data and key findings from 2 decades of the Great Eggcase Hunt.
Awesome. Hi, everyone. So I'm going to be talking about the Great Eggcase Hunt, which is the Shark Trust's flagship citizen science project. So 44% of chondrichthyans are oviparous, meaning that they will lay eggs. And these can either be found developing in situ by divers and snorkelers, or they can be washed ashore after heavy storms or after they might have hatched. Oh, need to be taller, thank you. And these can be found maybe one at a time, or they can be found up to their thousands. And egg cases can be identified down to species level, leading to the birth of the Great Eggcase Hunt. So the Great Eggcase Hunt started out in 2003, so 23 years ago, and it started as more of a fact-finding mission. It's built around 4 main pillars or actions. So go out and actually find the egg case, work out what you found, so we've got ID resources available, record the egg case, so let the Shark Trust know what you found, where it was and how many, and then lastly discover, which is our kind of a results dashboards and the reports that we put together. So where are we after 23 years? To date, we have over 619,000 egg cases recorded, and this comes from 42,000 individual records. If we're looking at the kind of stats around the numbers of egg cases themselves, we've got a maximum from one singular event of 6,400 egg cases, which was an incredible find, and the average per egg case hunt is about 14.5 egg cases. If we're looking at the averages for the records, the average number of records per user is 3.3, with some of our top recorders reaching over 1,000 records per user. We've got over 13,000 users for this project, so individual people recording egg cases, and this comes from 33 countries and 68 different species. So we internally check every single egg case that comes to our database. At present, we've got 99% of these have currently been checked, and we've got a verification rate of nearly 88%, which is really great. And verification means it's either got a photo, expert ID, or a specimen. And despite the pretty picture, there we go. Despite the pretty picture on the side, less than 1% of our records actually come from in situ egg cases, and these are really important for ground truthing and working out where the egg case deposition fields are. So if you are a diver or snorkeler, please get involved. So, as I mentioned, we've got egg cases from 33 countries, so the Great Eggcase Hunt has now gone global. And if we look at the top reporting countries from this, you can see that the United Kingdom, surprise, surprise, because that's where we are based as an organization, is the highest number of egg cases with nearly 591,000 egg cases. Ireland is a close second with nearly 11,000 egg cases. Australia in third place with 3.5, Netherlands 3,000, and USA nearly 2,000 egg cases. So looking at the species that have been reported to the project, might make sense, but since over 90% of the data comes from the UK and Ireland, it's pretty much species that can be found in those countries, and indeed over 50% of the egg cases reported to the project are Scallorhinus canicula and Raja clavata, some of the most common species on our shores. We do get lots of records of other species, but these comprise less than 1% of the other records. So we wouldn't have been able to do this and gather all this data without our citizen scientists. Indeed, we've actually worked out that we've got about 6,000 hours of time a year from these citizen scientists, reporting from all around the world and the country. Why they do this is because it's contributing to science, it's fun, you get to go outside, you can have a chat with your mates, walk the dog, and it can be good for your mental health. And indeed, with a cost-benefit analysis with Natural England last year, we valued the cost of citizen science, sorry, the value of citizen science to the Shark Trust as being about 250,000, which is an incredible input from them and makes the project what it is. We do have to acknowledge, though, that there are limits with citizen science data. For example, it's really hard with verification because it takes a lot of effort, working out the effort of the hunts, and the participation means it's hard to scale for that. There can be double counting and bias and search effort and things like that, and also the need for ground truthing for underwater egg cases. But the project continues to grow, and we now have over 20 regional and/or translated ID guides, and this kind of wealth of data means that we can really start to dig into what the citizen scientists have found and start taking some takeaways. So the first one is more kind of a social science look, I guess, and it's the kind of information as to how a project actually grows. And so the first takeaway is that technology really helps. So in about kind of 2009, 2010 was the advent of online recording forms, seeing the first little spike. And then as you move up to 2014 and 15, this is the advent of the first mobile app, the kind of increase of social media and smartphones, and you can see that it really starts to take off. Funding and social media and TV appearances also really help push the project out and get more awareness and therefore get more people involved with the project. There's a little dip around 2020 and 21 for the pandemic, and then it really picks up again in 2022, again with the launch of the new version of the app, more regions, the launch of Great Eggcase Hunt Australia, and also an appearance on national TV. So it's been really exciting that since 2022, we've had an average of 57,000 egg cases a year, and while the drop in the recordings might seem a bit alarming, that's actually just more of an artifact of the fact that we've been adjusting how we group the egg cases together. So it's exciting to see that the project is growing at a fairly steady rate and just kind of keeps going up. I'm going to skip over this one because I've been waffling. So the second takeaway from kind of the Great Eggcase Hunts mass database that we've got is that we've now got a really decent understanding of where egg cases wash ashore around the British Isles, and kind of in the quantities and which species and diversities we have. So for example, if you take a look at the grey in the kind of the top of the graph, this is the Dipterus intermedius, and they are largely only really found around Orkney and the Northern Islands and not really anywhere else. Whereas if you look at the yellow and the oranges, these species are found all around the coastline. And if you look at Scallorhinus stellaris, they're found in really big numbers in Wales, but then only really restricted then to the southwest coast. So we get a really good understanding of which species are found where, and also the diversity, because the east coast is dominated by one or two species, and if you look at the southwestern Wales, there's no one species that dominates, and we're finding many more species in these regions. Another key takeaway from the project is the fact that we now have a really good understanding of egg case morphology itself. As I said at the beginning, this started off as a bit of a fact-finding mission. We didn't know which egg case came from which species, and this has been made possible by work with aquariums and scientific surveys. This led to a paper describing the egg cases in the British Isles, and a quick example was when the blue skate and flapper skate were recognised as separate species in 2010, and then we were left trying to find the missing egg case from the blue skates. That's the one on the left for you guys. And yeah, so with help from CFAS, we managed to find the missing egg case. We can also model these egg cases and kind of predict where egg case laying grounds might be for conservation in important areas. And we released a paper in 2004, again with CFAS, looking at scientific surveys and whether they matched up with egg case records to identify these possible egg laying grounds. And indeed, even though they're less than 1% of our records, the in situ records that we do have were contributed to the ISRA process last year, helping to the delineation of 11 ISRAs around the United Kingdom and Ireland, all for egg case deposition grounds. We are really fortunate to have lots of long-term recorders, and indeed these 8 different groups spread around the coast make up over 40% of our records, and this means we can really dig into their specific data sets, which are regular and consistent, and we can actually start looking at some patterns and trends. Now, this is still some initial kind of like overview analyses. We're hoping to dig into this a lot more, but for instance, you can see that there's been a drop-off of egg case records, but we believe this might be because no one was looking for them before, so they had built up, and then once the kind of backlog was cleared, they've continued at a fairly stable level. But what is really interesting is that the species composition remains really steady, which is really nice to see. And then we want to dig into this same data set, again, to kind of have a look at the effect of seasonality and how that affects the different species. So for instance here, our Raya montegui and clavata, is this effect of their seasonal breeding, or is it an effect of the fact that these egg case hunters are looking mostly in the winter and spring, and therefore they have more search effort in those periods. So what is next for the Great Eggcase Hunt? Well, our data has just been made open access up to the end of 2024, so it's now freely available for people to use for science and research and projects. Further growth, further analysis of the project, so we want to look into these long-term data sets from our reliable recorders. We want to have a look at the effect of storms and seasonality, continue project growth and expansion, so if you want to make an ID guide in another regional language, please do let us know. And also we want to get more in situ records, and we have recently partnered with BSAC to try and make this happen. So that's it from me, thank you very much. And I just want to flag this side event at lunch today for more community science. Thank you.
Thank you, Harriet. I'm afraid we haven't got time for any questions, but please do catch up with her on the tea break, which is happening now. And then we're just going to start things up again for sharks and community scientists for this next session. We've still got a whole series of regular and speed talks to get through. And first up, we have Veeder, who's looking at long-term citizen science monitoring and COVID-19 regulations.
Good morning. I'm Veeder. I'm a research officer for the Shark Research and Conservation Program at the Cayman Islands Department of Environment. And today we're going to be looking at using long-term citizen science monitoring and the COVID-19 regulations to evaluate human impact on shark populations. The Cayman Islands are projections from the submerged Cayman Ridge, which is an extension of the Cuban Sierra Maestra mountain range, and are north of the Cayman Trench. Oh, sorry. It's made up of 3 islands, Grand Cayman, Little Cayman, and Cayman Brac. And each island has narrow coastal shelves, less than 1 kilometer wide. The population in the Cayman Islands has increased by almost 30% from 2019 to 2025, which prompts evaluation of human impact on our coastal shark species, considering the proximity of Cayman's rapidly growing population to the narrow coastal shelves that these shark species inhabit. Sharks are protected in Cayman under the National Conservation Act that's been enforced since 2015. It's illegal to harm, harass, possess, or kill any shark within national waters. It's also illegal to feed sharks because we want to promote natural coexistence with our wildlife, where sharks are protected and there's respect built into the community. The Shark Lurker Network is the Cayman Islands Department of Environment Citizen Science Program. It was established in 2016 by Dr. Johanna Kohler as part of a collaboration between the DOE and Marine Conservation International, funded by Darwin Plus. It's been continuously supported by funds generated through the sales of white-tip lager by the Cayman Islands Brewery. I can't go forward before expressing my extreme gratitude to each and every citizen scientist as part of the Shark Lurker Network. They're a dedicated group of volunteers who have formed a wonderful community who have a common goal of providing data that offers meaningful insight for our coastal shark population. Participants log all of their dives, with or without shark sightings, so we get the zero shark data as well. They record location of dive, time, dive duration, group size, and environmental variables like visibility, temperature, and current. They also declare any successful lionfish culling events. In the last decade, the Shark Lurker Network has recorded these coastal shark species. The Caribbean reef shark and the Atlantic nurse shark are the most abundant species in Cayman and will be the focus of species-specific analysis in this study. Previous findings have shown that the abundance of sharks was significantly higher when successful lionfish cull events occurred. There's no correlation between dive duration, time of day, visibility, or group size, and there's no correlation between temperature and the abundance of any of the coastal shark species. The relative abundance of all coastal shark species combined, as well as the Caribbean reef shark population, peaked in 2021. This prompted us to look further into this time period with a special focus on the COVID-19 regulations as they were introduced in a step-by-step fashion, with lockdown occurring in 2020, regulations on fishing and water sports, and the slow introduction and allowance of resuming the water sports industry, cruise ship industry, and the borders reopening in November of 2021, with cruise ships returning in March of 2022. These maps show the kernel density of the Caribbean reef shark population. I was only able to attain population estimates by district for Grand Cayman, and represented by the purple figures. And so we'll be focusing on this island, which is also the epicenter of the tourism industry in the Cayman Islands. As you can see, the shark population is clustered around the northern, eastern, and southern coastlines that are more exposed and experience higher levels of current. They're less frequently seen on the leeward western side, which is far more densely populated. Districts with higher levels of populations has a significantly negative correlation with the relative abundance of all coastal shark species combined and with that of the Caribbean reef shark population. There's a significantly positive correlation between nurse shark relative abundance and the population estimate by district, meaning Atlantic nurse sharks are happy to inhabit shallow waters of densely populated districts in Grand Cayman. We still needed to evaluate whether areas with greater currents or the densely populated areas in Grand Cayman were explaining the trend of relative shark abundance being higher on the more exposed, sparsely populated coastlines. Using COVID-19 regulations in a negative binomial GLMM, we were able to distinguish between the correlation of shark abundance for these factors. We used lockdown, border closure, the cruise ship industry, regulations for water sports, and fishing regulations to evaluate this. Current significantly affected coastal shark abundance, all combined, Caribbean reef shark and Atlantic nurse shark abundance, with increased numbers of sharks observed in stronger currents. However, border closure from March of 2020 to November of 2021 had a stronger positive effect on the relative abundance of combined coastal species and Caribbean reef shark abundance. However, it did not affect the Atlantic nurse shark relative abundance. So the key takeaways is that the prolonged reduction in human activity from border closure had a significantly positive effect on our coastal shark species, and that the shark logger network observed a species-specific response to this reduced human impact, significantly increasing the Caribbean reef shark population. And whilst no trends were seen for the Atlantic nurse sharks, we can evaluate other indicators such as nocturnal melatonin concentrations, which could reveal densely populated areas influencing diel shifts and promoting nocturnality, as previously recorded in Biscayne Bay, Florida, just north of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anne, and it's great to see some positive effects coming out of the pandemic. We do have time for a couple of questions, if anyone would like to.
Hi, I was just wondering, I did a similar study looking at the impacts of tourism on also nurse sharks in Cozumel, so not too far, and found a similar pattern actually. So I was wondering if you had any ideas on why that might be specifically for the nurse sharks, is why they're not too impacted?
We see Atlantic nurse sharks significantly more in the shallow waters on our small coastal shelf, so I expect a higher threshold for tolerance of human activity, just based on where they're inhabiting our coastal shelf. I think that due to that, the human activity didn't change as much for them as it did for our slightly deeper dwelling coastal shark species during the pandemic. I also think that their response to human activity might be more hidden, and even though we're not seeing the trends, their true stress levels can be evaluated more using other indicators like the nocturnal melatonin concentrations.
Amazing, thank you.
Thank you.
We've got time for another one, if anyone else has anything they'd like to ask. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, next up we have Ximena Arvizu, who's going to be looking at citizen science revealing a year-round eagle ray residency in the Mexican Caribbean.
Okay, good morning everyone, and thank you for being here. I'll be talking to you about 10 years of citizen science efforts in the Mexican Caribbean and how it revealed Philopatry. Okay, so let's get started. So everything started because we're super lucky in the Mexican Caribbean. We get to see aggregations of around 50 eagle rays during the winter months, so November to March. And if you've ever seen an aggregation, you know exactly what I mean. It's just amazing. And when we came out of the water, we just started to ask questions. What are they doing here? How long do they stay? And we looked into information. Back then, there was not that much. But we came up with what the crew in Moat Marine were doing. They were doing citizen science, and they were doing also photo ID, and they were also doing some catch and release. So we reached out. They kindly invited us to learn more about the eagle rays and trained us in photo ID. We came back to Mexico, and we did the Citizen Science and Outreach program, and we launched it in 2015, right before the season. So this was very successful. We collected 1,096 photographs of 20 sites. And people really loved the project, so they started inviting us in dives as well. So we got to go and collect more data ourselves. So from those really good quality photos, we got 282 individuals ID'd. Of those, 40 were from seasons previous to 2015. And the longest, the oldest was from 2003. So we established some research questions. Where are they coming from? How big is the population? Is there migrations? Are there males and females in these aggregations? And is there any movement patterns? And why do they aggregate? Today we're just gonna focus on if there is any Philopatry. So what do I mean by sufficient quality pictures? So most of you probably know they have a unique spot pattern. It's like a fingerprint. So we want them from the top. And we're using only the pelvic fins. To make sure, to determine sex, we needed to make sure that there was claspers present in the photograph or in the videos, or if we could see the cloaca for the females. Otherwise, it's classified as unknown. From these really good quality pictures, we use a free software called i3s. We use i3s to spot, and we use both pelvic fins, the right and the left. This translates into a fingerprint that we have to digitalize spot by spot. So it's very time consuming. If you do it, you know what I mean. So up to 2024, 2025 season, we've collected 2,083 photographs, and we've identified 491 individuals, all the way from Holbox, which is in the north of Quintana Roo, all the way to Scalloped, which is in the border of Belize. Our data shows that, in fact, most eagle rays do come in the winter months, so November to March. And here I kind of put together the number of individual eagle rays that we spot. The first three under the red one are in the shipwrecks, so Cancun shipwrecks and Puerto Morelos. And then in the purple one, you'll see Puerto Morelos reefs and a freshwater sinkhole. Cozumel's got a lot of eagle rays as well, so you might know them. It's back here, and also some of the fisheries. So, philopatry. So residency is when an individual stays for 12 months. Site fidelity is when that individual stays for a period of time, goes away, and then comes back. And site affinity is when we don't really know. So for our eagle rays, 18.5%, or 91 individuals have been resighted. 68 of them have been resighted from 1 to 150 days apart. And the longest that we've sighted one individual was 731 days. So you can see an aggregation here. So this individual actually was sighted 731 days apart, and it was sighted in 2017, then again in 2019, both in February, in the shipwreck. Then individual 408, 606 days apart, sighted 3 times, also in a shipwreck. It's got a really unique spot pattern. So first it was in March, and then in December. The individual that we've sighted the most times was 9 times, 318 days apart from the first to the last one. And it was first sighted in April, May 2024, then in February, March 2025, also in the shipwreck. And something very cool happened. We started seeing that they kind of hang out together. So we sighted individuals together in the same date. And you can see how they form little groups as well. So 047 and 050 was sighted 280 days apart in the shipwreck, and they were together. Same thing for 052, 058, 70 days apart, also in the shipwreck. Something really cool about citizen science is the community really engages with the project. So they start giving you more data. So they started to sending us photographs of really small pups. You can see the feet there and the really tiny eagle ray. So there's possible nursery areas in the north of Cancun. Also, we got reports of eagle rays being there all year in one of the most popular beaches in Cancun. And so we started a droning program, and we found out that, yes, they're there all year. So definitely, there's site affinity. They like the sinkhole, they like the shipwrecks. We see them every winter. There's definitely amazing things about citizen science because it's very, very cost effective and it allows you to do a long-term study. However, we know that there's spatiotemporal limitations with it. And we know the collaboration is key to better understand migration patterns. So we're working with other researchers in Florida, Honduras, and Belize to better understand these species. We hope to merge photo ID libraries later. So what are we going to do next? We secured some funding to start some acoustic telemetry so we can better understand this philopatry question. So we not have to be there taking photos, but the receiver will do the work. We're also going to do some expeditions to the nursery areas, and we would like to do another round of citizen science to put up more posters and flyers around. So we would like to thank our donors, the sponsors, my mentors and colleagues, Florencia Cerruti and Kim, for being part of this project and helping us out. And since it's a citizen science project, if you do go to the Mexican Caribbean, please send me your photos. Thank you.
Thank you, Ximena. I love that photo. And you must be dreaming in spot patinations. We do have time for a couple of questions. down at the front here with Patricia.
Hi, great presentation, thank you. Was it very difficult to calibrate the software you use, i3S? How challenging was that in terms of practical terms? I know it's challenging, but what was your experience? Could you please share? Thank you.
Yeah, of course. We're very, very lucky because we had some training from people that used the software before. So the mode crew, Kim and Kirsten, so they showed us how to use it. They, in fact, used the head and the pelvic fins. I don't know if you've ever been diving with the eagle rays, but taking a shot of the head is impossible. So we just decided to go with the pelvic fins. But i3S is not so perfect. Sometimes the software gives you not perfect matches, so you have to go all the way through the end. From like that, the score should be low, but then some of the right matches are not with low scores, you know. So go, I would say, look through all your pictures and then visually compare them. Also, I don't know if you guys were here yesterday, but our student EC did a talk on maybe shifting to AI with WildMe. We're not quite there yet, but when we are, we're gonna share it with you all. But yeah, I mean, it does gives you some matches, and it does kind of the work a little bit easier than just doing it by eye, but it's not perfect either. And I think Katie Flowers done a paper on the use and abuse of i3S, so that might be helpful for you. And we can also share all of our protocols. We share it with everyone that wants to start a photo ID project.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, we're moving up to Canada now with the next talk from Sid Pain on community monitoring of poor beagle.
Should have brought my glasses. Thank you. I have the privilege of living where I work. As a non-academic, I feel very qualified to talk about citizen science. I live in Nunatsiavut, which is the Inuit region, one of 4 regions in Canada. It's on the far eastern coast of Canada, an exposed coastline. If you straighten out the straight shoreline in Nunatsiavut, it's longer than the eastern seaboard. So we have many fjords and islands and hidden areas. The dark area off the land there, the top half of that is now slated for an indigenous protected area, and the southern half of it is also tagged to become a protected area as well. So we've been experiencing rapid climate change notices, and having lived there for 34 years, I've actually experienced them myself, and talking to the elders of the communities, there's really strong indication that there's very rapid change occurring. One of the shifts that's occurred in the last 3 to 5 years is the return of codfish into one of the fjords in big numbers. And coincidentally with that, there's been a return of sharks, poor beagle sharks. But there's also been other species noted as well. So we've had the lughead turtles, leatherback turtles, sorry, and the sunfish are turning up, which is very unusual in our area, considering the sea's frozen for 5 months of the year. So. And of course, the sharks. Just curious, is there any poor beagle fans in the audience? I gotta hear it, I can't see. All right. Yeah, so as you know, they're a small shark with a big attitude, but very interesting. And we've had our program going for, this will be our 2nd year of tagging. We had a trial period with the 1st year. And they are very curious and playful creatures. Our objectives is to learn about past and present shark sightings in Nunatsiavut back over 50 years ago when the codfish fishing industry was really big on the inshore. The elders and those still living talk about the huge amounts of Greenland sharks and porbeagle sharks that they've seen. When the codfish disappeared, so did the reports of sharks. The other objectives are to improve monitoring and awareness of emerging species such as the porbeagle and explore the movement of the porbeagle sharks. Our main methods are interviews. Yeah, I can't read that. Interviews with the local community members in the 5 Inuit communities in the region. And they vary from reports on sharks. And also we noticed that the less presence of codfish in some of those communities is the more scattered reports of the sharks. But where they're focused codfish, we get the heavy reports. And the main community we're looking at is post-fill. Monitoring through outreach through social media has been quite successful for getting reporting and building a database for sightings and interactions with the sharks. And tagging. So we've had 2nd year of tagging now. Unfortunately, our 1st year, we had some issues with the tags that we didn't get any reporting back on, but because of those issues, there's been improvements made, and we're on track. We did a round of interviews over a couple of years, and those interviews were supporting the protected area. So we added in the component of the conversation of sharks, just because of the return of them in the area. 42 interviews were conducted. There were strong reports on porbeagle sharks and Greenland shark sightings. And mainly the interactions of the sharks swimming on the surface, coming around when people are cod fishing, or caught as a bycatch in salmon or char nets. And you can see one of the statements there, sharks swimming around the boat while out cod fishing. It gives us a location, a date, which is, it's pretty basic, but it's a good indication. I think the fun one is the monitoring on social media. We set up a Facebook page, and Nunatsiavut Shark Watch, we've had a lot of people reporting. Over 40 people have posted their sightings and interactions. Some are just verbal, some are videos, some are photos. I was going to have that video play, but there's a little too much language in there because people get excited when the shark comes around the boat, so I didn't know how to put the beeps in there. And you can actually read it there. They edited out the bad parts. But this is a very common occurrence in post-fill when people pull up in their boats to cod fish. The sharks come around the boat. They've almost learned that it's a dinner bell for them to fish, take fish from fishermen. We couldn't do this work without community members. These are our, we affectionately call them legends of the land. They're elders of the communities, Inuit elders, who bring so much knowledge and skill to the research. And also those many hours that you're drifting around waiting for a shark, they bring good stories as well. So Joe Webb, or Uncle Joe affectionately, he's our tail roper. Samantha's our incredible navigator and boat operator. Derek is our very animated storyteller and keeps us all entertained. And Tommy's just a silent assassin that when you need him, he's there. So. And of course, I have to mention, it wouldn't be possible without a scientist, and that is Bryn Devine. So thanks, Bryn. That's the best picture we got of Bryn. So. The tagging, we usually fish around anywhere between August to October. There's a very short window that the sharks turn up, and then they're gone. So, we deploy the mini-pat tags, and which can prove quite challenging sometimes because we are exposed. We're in a very small boat. it's boat availability, so we do the best we can. And we have to have 5 people to manage the shark and 1 to manage Bryn's legs so she doesn't fall over. So. We did 6 porbeagle tags, anywhere from 150 to 200 centimeter floys, and they were all females. We haven't seen any males except the one caught as bycatch offshore. We had the first 3 tags failed due to a battery issue. Last year we had 1 tag release early. We think it was predated. But in a space of just under 3 weeks, you can see the distance that shark had traveled. And that was actually a very small shark that was kind of new for us to see. We still have 2 tags active. We just had 1 tag pop a week ago, and that was down around the Sargasso Sea, so they travel quite a distance. So in conclusion, locals report past sightings during the previous warm periods. There is a marked increase, definite increase in porbeagles in the area. The impact is, we're trying to mitigate the image of the sharks by community outreach, information sessions, posters in the community. People are getting mad because the sharks are taking their jiggers. The jiggers are about $30 a piece, so we don't want a war breaking out because of jiggers. So we're looking at different methods to help with that. So. Social media is a very effective tool. We found Facebook is the one of choice in the community, so we had to set up a dedicated site to filter all the other garbage out. So we're hoping for more tagging in years to come to learn more on the movements. And with that, I'd like to invite anyone that would like to collaborate, fund, share stories or techniques to just look us up. Next step, we're expanding tagging and connectivity to other regions, so Atlantic and Greenland. Link shark movement to prey migration, including Atlantic cod, salmon char, by tagging and monitoring prey, which you can see a picture there. And improve public perception of sharks, also to explore deterrence. So if there's any question, Hooper and Quint there can answer them.
Thank you, Sid. It's great to see how much the community have got behind the project. I'm afraid we don't have time for questions now, but if people can hunt you down in one of the breaks, that would be great. Next up, we've got Adi Barash looking at spatial and temporal distribution of sharks and rays using social media.
Sorry. Okay. Hello. I'm Adi Barash. I work in Israel. I work at. I'm part of Sharks in Israel, the NGO, and I'm going to present what I did in my postdoc in the Natural Museum in Israel. So, yes. We're going to talk about spatial and temporal distribution, but actually we're going to talk about recovery of Elasmobranchs shown through social media reports. So back in 2014, I just finished my master's and started my PhD, and I realized that on Facebook, when Facebook was still not just old people, I realized there's a lot of people that are uploading photos of rays, and we had no idea what's going on in the water. So we had a feeling that we need to save them, to keep them in some way, so we started an Excel sheet and filled up the observations. That was just sporadic and very little. And at some point, somebody suggested that we might want to open a group. I said, nah, it's not going to work. And he decided to open the group, and we started it together, but he was pushing it, just somebody from the divers. So this is how Sharks in Israel started. So this was on January 2014. Now I'm going to take you to what happened since 2014 in Israel. So there was a big shift in fishing regulations. There were no fishing regulation, more or less, before. And at 2016, there was a big change. Many rules were entered. The enforcement started. And sharks and rays have been protected in Israel by law since 25, but they weren't enforced. So slowly, at 2008, they started enforcing the fishing of sharks. And at 2013, I think, they started enforcing the fishing of rays. But only at 2015 or 2016, they actually built a unit that can enforce it more efficiently. MPAs were created, trolls were banned from the north side and from shallow waters, and there is a fishing moratorium during the breeding season, which is obviously not all the fish breed in the same time, but you'll see when we get to the sharks, for the rays, it was actually the best thing for them. So many changes during these last 10 years. So the group started growing, and it grew very, very fast. And 10 years later, we have 20,000 members, 6,000 records collected through the Facebook group, and describing 33 species. And we got, at 2023, we got to 52 weeks presented in the data, but it was very close before as well. I'm not going to talk much about the actual method because I wanted this lecture to be about the results, but we're going to be at the session later at the side event. So we're going to present the complete project, and you're welcome to come and see. So this is the reflection of the species found throughout the observations, and you can see that at the end we got to 33 species, but if we, and I have a typo here, if we divide them to shallow waters and deep waters, then we see that in the shallow waters there were much more observations, and it got to a point that we don't learn anything new, at least for the species. So on this, I'm going to show you only the analysis of the shallow water, which is much more dense with observations, and we actually know everything now about the shallow water. Not everything, but we know a lot. So the point was getting a new updated checklist. They haven't done it since the 80s. Temporal and spatial distribution, another typo, and multi-annual trends, which was the most important thing to see if all these changes are affecting sharks and rays, and if we can see it in our data. So I'm going to start with the spatial distribution. So these are the species or species groups that we have in the data. And what you can see is from south to north, Israel is changing a lot. Because in the south, we have a lot of very thin sand from Egypt, from the Nile Delta. And in the north, we have rocky substrate. And you can see the species change dramatically from sand-loving species like stingrays, guitarfish, whip rays, to the more rock-liking species like the round stingrays and bull sharks and cow-nose rays. There's another reason, because the shelf is shorter there, but what I wanted to show you is that we see a very clear gradient going from south to north. Also, another thing we can see here is how common are the species. And for example, do I have this? The round stingray is considered data deficient in the Mediterranean because, as Alan said before in another session, there's not much data coming from the Eastern Mediterranean. But for us, it's a very, very common species, maybe the most common. Temporal patterns we see throughout the 10 years that we found that some species aggregate, like the CITES, they aggregate at the the transient seasons, and they slowly through the years are aggregating in larger numbers. So what you see here is not the number of observations, but the maximum number of individuals per week. And you can see that other species like the Tenura gravata, like the round stingray, is there throughout the year. It doesn't show the same season. And the electric rays are actually more of a winter animal. So we can see different patterns on the different species. And now we know, like flowers everywhere, when do they come and when do they leave and where you can see them. And then we wanted to see the trends throughout this time. So what we found, and this is still in work, but we used the GAMS, the generalized adaptive mixed model, to see the changes, of course, taking into consideration the number of observers that are growing from year to year. And we see some species are recovering gradually throughout the years. We see species that have got to a point where they jumped off and they're everywhere now, really. If the politics were different, I would say come to Israel, because you're not going to die with so many rays anywhere else. And some species are not showing anything, and this is something that we have to look at and understand why some species are not reacting to changes. And if we look at the electric rays, this is because fishermen are still killing them because they don't like them and they're afraid of them, so they just kill them first and then release them. So it makes sense that they're not showing any change. So first we found that our data can describe the multi-annual changes, and of course the spatial and the temporal changes. Some species show recovery, which is amazing, and reacting to the changes in policy. And the species that we need to still go further and check how can we help them. And what is most amazing for me is that we did not expect the change to be that fast. We've been talking about long-living species, and even the sharks are showing changes. And of course, we're not living in a bubble. There's other changes being made in the Mediterranean. Turkey has protected some of the species as well, and other places in the Mediterranean are working. But still, the recovery is very fast and much faster than we thought we would see in the data. This is part of the MECO project, Mediterranean Elasmobranchs Citizens Observation. There are other groups working here, and we will be talking about it in the session. But if any of you are from the Mediterranean and interested in the project, interested in data or interested in joining us, then please come and reach me. Of course, there's a lot more data that we can take out of this data set. There's a lot of behavioral data, younger years, like you can see up there, mating activities and behavior. This weird thing that the shark is doing that we found in Herrera, which we think maybe has to do with parasites, pregnancies. We log everything and we have all this data. And thank you for our volunteers, because it takes a lot of work to put all this data in. We log, identify, and do the research ourselves. We just ask people to come and share their observations. So there's a lot of people working on that. So Sharks in Israel team and the MECO team and the people from the museum. Thank you.
Thank you, Adi. It's great to see the growth of MECO over the years. I'm afraid we've not got time for questions, but as Adi said, we've got a side event at lunchtime, so come and catch her at that. Okay, next up on the floor, we are sticking with social media trends, and we've got Ingrid Herrera to look at new occurrences of the broad-nosed seven-gill shark in southern Brazil.
Hi everyone. So today I'll be presenting some interesting data that I out of nowhere got. So this work was conducted by me, Rodrigo. Sorry. Sorry. Rodrigo, he's a PhD student in Brazil, and he's also a sports fishing. So he was the one that gave me all the contacts to the other sports fisher. And Dr. Mariana Martins, she's also a really good friend that lives in the same area as them. So just to give you an introduction of the diversity of Elasmobranchs in Brazil, we have over 200 species between marine and freshwater environments, and 99 sharks and 104 rays. And you can download this book that was created by different researchers in Brazil that has so many information about different perspectives of Elasmobranchs in Brazil. So the species that I'm working here today is Notorhynchus cepedianus. They have different names, common names. So cação bruxa, which would be translated as a witch shark. I don't know where it came from, but yeah. And in Argentina, in Uruguay, it's known as tiburón gato pardo. According to the IUCN Red List, they are globally considered as vulnerable, and in Brazil, they are listed as critically endangered. So just to give you a notion of where these reports occurred is in the last state of Brazil, Rio Grande do Sul state, which is close to Uruguay and Argentina. And it happened in Praia do Cassino, which is the largest beach in extension of Latin America. And before this new reports that I got, 2 years ago, I presented a poster along with other co-authors about a review that we got from artisanal fisheries and sports fishing. And in 12 years of this monitoring, we got 97 registers of these species as being captured or stranded. And this took 12 years. And I forgot to mention, but there's a paper in Argentina that they got 97 sharks in just one day. So just so you have an idea of how rare this species is to find in Brazil. And Brazilians in social medias, in the US, people still use Snapchat. In Brazil, we don't use it anymore. So these are the main social medias that we use. We use a lot of WhatsApp. We love sending audios and videos on WhatsApp. It's way easier. And YouTube as a second most used social media, Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. But usually artisanal fishers and sports fishers, they prefer WhatsApp groups of fishers and Instagram and Facebook. So there's a trust barrier that in different presentations that I have been seeing, even if it's here in Asia or Africa, we have been dealing with the same problem that is trust. Fishers, they are totally right to be afraid of us, of us researchers, because they already have been having so many problems of trusting them and then the data that they provided being used against them. So they have fear of information. They have fear also of enforcement, the inspections, and risk of fines, and also being really considered as a criminal, an environmental criminal, that they can have their license, like their permit, revoked. So they would lose their income and their food security. So without overcoming this, we are just going to be perpetuating the same mistakes that we have been doing for many years, and we are not going to get new data and not even get effective management strategies, because we are just looking in general, in most part of the countries, we are just looking for the animals and we are forgetting about the people. So it all started with this first shark that showed up stranded at Praia do Cassino, and it got really a good attention in social media, in news outlets. You can scan the QR code and go straight to this news. Also Facebook, like over 3,000 likes, comments, a lot of reactions. You can see there are likes and scared faces and hearts. So the comments, you can see different types of point of view. But this specimen was collected by another professor, but Mariana, Dr. Mariana, she was there as well, seeing the specimen, even though she didn't got it. And after that, Felipe, he is a sports fisher, and he posted this video, and a friend of mine that is Rodrigo, a researcher and a sports fisher, he said, Ingrid, do you know the species? I haven't seen this type of shark before. Can you help me? I can provide you the contact of this guy, and you can talk with him, and you can see if he is okay with you sharing this. And that's what I did. I sent a message on WhatsApp, and he happily provided the bait that he used, the time that he spent to capture this animal, how it was to release it. And then in the other picture, we have Tiago and Guimarães that also got a really good attention because they caught 2 of these sharks in the same day with the spawn of different minutes apart from each other. And also, this is the video that Felipe posted on his Instagram. And to talk a little bit of my project, Projeto Tubarão means shark project. I know we have a shark project here as well. And I started doing this project just to share social media curiosities of sharks and rays and translate the scientific papers into a more accessible way, so I could, I don't know, just reach other scientists and lay people. And I have 4,600 followers. If you can help me following me over there, I want to have 5K followers until the end of the year, so you would really help me. And this is something that I created just to post that, and then I started working with fishers. So that's how I got the data. It's really easy to get this information and to translate this into scientific data. So we got 5 sharks in total, 2 were stranded, and 3 were caught and released, 2 males, 1 female, and one of them had 170 centimeters. So it's not going to play the videos because it's a PDF, but I can provide the videos for you. Mariana is over there helping them to measure the shark. I just love these pictures of Thiago. And yeah, another video from Felipe releasing. So my final considerations is that we have to stop only punishing fishers and start to seeing different perspectives, so that way we can gather more data about them, especially when it's critically endangered species or just threatened species in their different levels. So that's it. I'm really glad that I have been working for 8 years with fishers, and they trusted me enough so that they can reach my profile on Instagram and send me voluntarily what they seen, what they caught. And just to thank everybody that helped me, and give a shout out to Felipe because today is his birthday. So happy birthday. Feliz aniversario to Felipe. I'm recording a video and I'm going to send the video for him. And I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Miss. And last year I got the MCAF funding, so I'm really thankful for New England Aquarium, because otherwise I wouldn't be here in Asia, and I never thought that I could be here of something that just started as an Instagram profile, and it got me here, so I'm really thankful, and yeah.
Thank you, Ingrid. It shows the power of building up that trust. We haven't got any time for questions now, but thank you very much.
Here?
Yes, please. Okay, we're going to move. Well done. We're going to move on to the speed talks now. So first up, I'd welcome to the floor Andrew Chin. He'll give an update on the Global Shark and Ray Census.
Hi, everyone. Who was at the event last night? Excellent. Well, you can turn your brains off. Not really. I'll cover some slightly new stuff. Okay, so Global Shark and Ray Census is a program of PADI, which, as we all know, is a global monstrous conglomerate overtaking the world. But that network does give us a lot of access to a lot of people. Now, I don't need to convince you of the value of citizen science. You're all here because you believe in what citizen science can do. I have been in citizen science for 30-odd years, and I'm excited about this project because of the access. PADI, I think, have a bit of a history of maybe over-marketing, but I think we're in a new era now where I'm excited about actual potential impact, and they're doing some cool stuff, like the Adopt the Blue sites. So the GSRC has not been launched. It does not exist yet, but if you go onto Apple Store or iOS, Android Store, you can download the PADI AWARE app onto your phone, and the app, I have to say, in 30 years of doing this stuff, is the most impressive one I've seen. You can create your profile, you choose your area, you can log your sightings, and you can see these are the sightings. I actually got out diving this year, which was amazing, and you can see I actually saw a whale shark. The first time I've seen a live whale shark. It was fantastic. So it's pretty intuitive, and you log all this data. Now, one of the, I guess, major pitfalls of citizen science is we collect all this data, and then what? And then what? And that's how programs die. If you don't get the data back or actually do something with it, your program will die. Eventually, people will be asking questions, why are you collecting this? So we've got a whole process set up behind this. Our team at JCU, we are the scientific authority for the PADI, for the GSRC. The data comes in, it goes through a complex process. I'm not asking you to memorize this. Essentially, there's a bunch of trained verifiers. It goes through 2 levels of independent verification, and photographic information, that's information with an image, is treated as tier 1. That's the research quality level data that is verified by experts. From my end, at the back, I have a dashboard, and this is what I see, and you can see just here some test data from various places, and you can see the action is review. So there's 2 levels of review that goes into this. Now, GSRC is not about photo ID monitoring. So if you are doing photo ID monitoring, we are not going, don't send us that data, we can't use that data. But if we get photos of a leopard shark or something like that, we can send it to you. So we are not here to compete, we are here to collaborate and to support. So if you have programs that are already out there, our messaging is that for your divers and your dive shops, submit your data to where there is the most immediate impact. So we're really interested in what Shark Trust are potentially doing with the International Shark Citizen Science Database. We want divers to submit data to where the impact's most immediate. If there is no monitoring, that's where I want to know. I want to know about the sharks of Federated States of Micronesia or Easter Island or the places where no one else is monitoring. That's interesting to me, right? Like I said, we are in the very early stage. You can download the app, but it doesn't exist yet, okay? It's not launched, but you can see it. We want to hear from you. If you have a citizen science project that you want us to be aware of, if you want to know about ornate eagle rays, whatever, scan this, download the app, and, download the app. Scan this, go to our webpage, download the How to Collaborate guide. There's a form in there for you to register your interest. Let us know, and then we can get in touch with you. All right? Thank you. Oh, and shout out to the new Star Wars movie that's coming up, a prequel again. Very cool.
Thank you, Andrew. Please track him down for any further questions, and you'll be in the side event, I believe, as well. So next up, we have Britania, who's be looking at long-term monitoring effort of white-tip reef sharks in Indonesia.
I'm so short, sorry. Okay, hi everyone. My name is Tania from Indonesia. Thank you to Shark International for this opportunity to represent Gilimatra Bersama and our affiliate project. So here I'm going to tell you a little bit, small insight from our conservative, small, local scale citizen science project, which is called Unite Gili, focusing on the most frequently cited reef shark species in the region, the white-tip reef sharks. So Unite Gili combines science, education, and community, particularly the diving community in the region, where the tools is very simple. It's like a clipboard with a data sheet and also a guidebook for the divers, for the dive guides, for any other participants that collaborate with us, that we're having the tools for them to fill the data sheets. And every week, we're gonna circle around a small island in a tropical sun to get the data and managing relationship and engagement with those collaborators. Yeah. So across 20 dive sites in Gilimatra Marine Tourism Park in North Lombok, Indonesia, white-tip reef sharks are commonly sighted in these 3 dive sites, which are Shark Point, Halik Reef, and Sunset Point. And based on the row count database, I need to kind of like separate the visualization because we have like a different system of database in the old data set and also current data set, the problem for all citizen science usually. So here just like a row counts, and it's actually show a difference, a specific difference in each dive sites among life stages. But we know that it's only a base count, so we want to see the proportional composition between each life stages, that it shows that Halik, in Halik dive site, it shows an increase in immature or combined subadult and juvenile individuals in Halik Reef across the years. And in Shark Point, there shows a gradually increased number of juveniles. Then it shows adults gradually increase adults. Sorry, juvenile decrease, adults increase. And in Sunset Reef, it shows a strong adult representation, and it's kind of like giving us an insight or suggestion of slow shifting site hues over time. We're also trying to see a different behavioral observation to see the function of each site, and we see the proof that halik now mainly provide as a primary resting area, especially for juvenile. And Shark Point is a very important resting areas across years, since all database until the current years, but exhibits more like a balanced resting and swimming behaviors. And for Sunset Reef, in contrast, it's showing a non-resting area, so it might indicate a function of foraging and aggregation area. So, with a very small local citizen in a very conservative way, we can still show that it's still reliable to provide data to understand shark and ray, site use, and population trends. And here are a little bit of our plan in the near future to continue this and maybe work with other organizations and also continue our photo ID-based survey and expand this population study across species and also investigate environmental and human drivers of the observed trends, because we know that Gili Mata Marine Tourism Park is one of the highest and busiest tourism island in Indonesia. So here's a slide of acknowledgement of support for all the centers that we've been working with since 2016, sorry. And thank you to Save Our Seas Foundation and also Coral Catch for supporting my travel through Sri Lanka. Thank you so much. Have a fun day. I'm open to any question or suggestions.
Thank you, Tanya. That was fantastic. I think we'll have to move on to the next talk, but please do welcome questions in the lunch break and beyond. Okay, next up on the floor, we have Ahmed Rehan Mohammed, who is looking at fecal matters and tiger sharks in the Maldives.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ahmed Riki Mohammed, and I work with Mirror Shark Program in the Maldives. Sorry. Yeah. Excuse me. 99% of my country's territory is ocean, and only about 200 of our islands are inhabited. I live on a remote island called Formula, just south of the equatorial channel. It's the only island that is not part of an atoll. It is known as the Shark Island because it's home to the largest tiger shark aggregation in the world. Thank you. Hello. Over 300 individual tiger sharks have been identified there to date through a photo ID initiative first started by Formula Dive School. And on a single dive, sometimes we have more than 30 of them at the same time. Most of them are sighted regularly over multiple years. On the right, you see one of our favorite girls, Pirate, named after her eye injury. She's been there for almost a decade, and we've watched her grow over the years. For hundreds of years, fishers have been discarding fish waste all around the island, and this has led to the start of shark diving on the island. Here is our study site from above. And here it is underwater. What we want to understand is how their diet changes throughout their pregnancy, how the provisioning impacts them, how climate change will affect their diet and movement, and also how their injuries might affect their feeding ecology. Working in a place where the community heavily depend on sharks, invasive methods that involve even removing a small part of the animal is challenging. Because shark fishing is not permitted, obtaining dead specimens or for stomach content is also very rare. And anal swabs rely on small traces of fecal matter. But while diving, we realized we could do much better than just traces. we can go straight to the source. Because we have so many tiger sharks around us daily, we inevitably watch them defecate, literally on us. So the first component of our dietary research was born, combining dive surveys with photo IDs and fisher interviews. Now, how do we collect the sample? We spend a lot of time diving, looking at the shark's cloaca, and pretty much just waiting. And then the magic moment happens. Things get very exciting. Just watch the rainbow runners here. Here it is again in slow motion. The tiger shark poo is like a little brick that is negatively buoyant, and it sinks. Our biggest challenge is outswimming all the fish that want to eat the fecal matter to get a sample before it is gone and we can't collect it no more. For every fecal sample, we also take a photo ID so we can assign the poop to the individual. Our goal is to get monthly samples from as many individuals as possible. And the word spread very quickly about our work, and now we have a whole army of dive guides equipped with what we call poopy tubes, racing to collect samples. And we've also been receiving more and more observations of different kinds of feeding behavior across multiple atolls on our citizen science portal. One of the highlights was definitely this whale carcass. And even better, just magical watching them chomp away. So cool. So far, we have collected 22 samples from 17 different sharks and completed 15 surveys with fishers to understand seasonal changes and depredation on different species of fish. Next up will be our laboratory analysis and sequencing of the samples to extract as much information as possible. This project really shows how low-cost, non-invasive methods can be used to scale up sample collection alongside communities and turn shark guides or dive instructors like myself into researchers. So if any of you live or work near predictable aggregations, make sure to look up for the little poopy bricks. Thank you very much, guys.
What a job. I never thought I'd be jealous about collecting shark poo. Thank you, Ahmed. We haven't got time for questions right now, but I'm sure you'll get plenty of people come and find you. So next up, we have Elizabeth Weldon, who's looking at global trends and motivations in the marine wildlife tourism industry.
Hi everyone, my name is Elizabeth Weldon and I'm a PhD researcher at the University of Glasgow. I work at the intersection of marine ecology and social science, but today I'll be presenting one of my Masters by thesis chapters. This was undertaken at the University of Hull, where I investigated global trends in Elasmobranchs tourism and participant mode perceptions. So marine wildlife tourism, as I'm sure we're all aware, is a rapidly growing industry globally, with increased demand for close encounters with charismatic species such as Elasmobranchs. While this brings economic and conservation benefits, it also raises concerns around animal welfare and inconsistent regulation across regions. Despite this growth, we are unaware of any global synthesis of how participants experience these encounters. So we analysed TripAdvisor reviews to map global Elasmobranch tourism and explore participant motivations and perceptions. We screened 937 operators globally, with 364 included, generating 7,794 reviews dated between September 2023 and April 2025. We extracted key variables, including ratings, activity types, species, location, and also conducted sentiment and thematic analysis in R and Python using predefined categories, such as education, fear, conservation, and culture. Overall, 96% of reviews were positive. Educational content was one of the most frequently reported sentiments, with 67% of reviews highlighting the informative nature of these tours. Fear was the second most common theme at 14%, but this encompassed both personal apprehension and also advice for future participants not to be afraid. Baited interactions and commercialization were noted in a smaller proportion of reviews. Both were typically framed negatively, highlighting issues such as overcrowding and also mass tourism experiences. Most encounters were purposeful at 76%, such as dedicated whale shark swim with tours. and incidental encounters were 18%, such as seeing a shark species during a whale watching tour. The highest number of operators were found in Mexico, with 83, then Hawaii, and then Belize. Review hotspots, the highest number of review concentration, were identified in Hawaii, Australia, and Mexico. And multiple species of conservation concern were included, with 70% of Elasmobranchs species mentioned in these reviews classified as critically endangered, or vulnerable. The most frequently targeted species was whale sharks, and these are classified as endangered, and reef manta rays classified as vulnerable, while critically endangered species included oceanic white-tip sharks and hammerhead shark species. Overall, Elasmobranch tourism is both a conservation opportunity and a management challenge. While charismatic species like the whale sharks and the manta rays drive demand, they also concentrate pressure in predictable hotspots. Our findings show that well-managed systems supported by regulation, MPAs, community initiatives, and education can balance conservation outcomes with positive visitor experiences. Key priorities include strengthening educational messaging, including providing species-specific conservation information, especially on these tours with purposeful interactions, fostering stewardship among participants and operators, regulating group sizes, and also minimizing provisioning. When embedded within the wider conservation frameworks, this tourism can contribute to both biodiversity protection and also sustainable livelihoods. Thank you so much for listening. Please feel free to speak to me further or contact me with my details above. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. We do have time for one brief question, if anyone would like to take the floor.
Thank you so much. That was great. Just a quick question. Where in Mexico was the surveys done, and do participants felt that the tours were really overcrowded and impacting the species, or they didn't mention it at all?
Yeah, so for anonymity reasons, I don't want to specify sites because I don't want it to relate to any operators specifically. Some of the baited interactions that were in Mexico, people didn't really understand some of the negative benefits towards provisioning. And I think some people actually wanted this provisioning to happen so that they could see more animals. And I think it is quite a hot spot for like nurse shark and stingray encounters. So it is one of the places that kind of came up with this questioning around how sustainable it was, especially with the provisioning that occurs. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Okay, next up we have Usha Ravindra, looking at a citizen science model for shark conservation in India.
Hi, I am Usha. I am a wildlife conservationist at Zoo Outreach Organization in India. So the One Ocean Citizen Science aims to look at documentation of shark species that are landed in fish landing sites and also threats from bycatch on other species. So here is our website. It has simple data forms, gallery of observations, and also visualization map. This right now we have for sharks that are already listed in literature. It's an ongoing work. So we went on and trained 300 students across all those 8 sites from fisheries, marine biology, ecology, and microbiology backgrounds. So we introduced the need for shark conservation in India, the bycatch issues, and how participatory science can help. So we also trained them in scientific photography for sharks. So these are the kind of pictures we got from the students. And we also trained them how to interact with fishers through community surveys, because to sort of tap into fishers' fishing depth knowledge and also trade information. So we have over 1,300 observations, and excluding sharks. And we have over 20 shark species with over 2,000 individuals recorded from 4 sites. This is only over 45 survey days covering 9 fishing harbors. So how were we able to get this data in such short frame was we collaborated with colleges. We explored internship opportunities for students. The students had a month or 2 time to do some structured survey where they went to the regional fishing harbor to look at what's happening with sharks and bycatch situation. And their findings is published in Zoosprint. It's an open access magazine. And we also formed One Ocean Youth Network, so there is connection between students across coasts and colleges. And inspired by the results, 2 colleges have come forward and they want to continue this monitoring every year. So that's one step towards regular monitoring, and it's a great news for us. So our focal species for the outreach were hammerheads because they're slow growing and are threatened. We have some preliminary findings. We have got, just from 9 to 24 survey days, we have got some 100 juveniles. That's the red dotted site, which is Mangalore. And no record of hammerheads in the other sites except for one at the southern tip. As you can see, we have got some information on trade, uses, and what kind of gas was used. This sort of glimpses into what it could build into if we keep up with regular monitoring. So going forward, we want to develop photography guidelines for other marine groups, scientific photographies that helps with identification. And we want to expand citizen science across other coastal states. And we also want to include other stakeholders in the monitoring process, like local groups, fishers, and scuba divers. And yes, we want to enhance the citizen science website. We want to integrate species identification tools, visualization maps, landings versus distribution. If anybody are interested to collaborate or fund, please contact me. So we want to popularize citizen science movement in India and promote marine conservation. Thank you.
Thank you, Usha. We can have a very brief question if anyone's got anything they'd like to ask. Okay, Anne at the front here.
Hi, thank you. I was wondering how you recruited 300 students to this project.
So what we did was we had an idea of which are the fishing harbors that primarily land sharks and are also bycatch dominant. And we sort of looked at fishery colleges around that, and we contacted the institutions, the colleges, and then we said, can we come and train the students? And we went in, and if they said yes, we went for it, because we had approached more than 15, 16 colleges, of which only half worked. So yeah.
Amazing, thank you, well done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Isha. Thank you.
Oh, by the way, I have stickers. If anybody wants them, please collect them. It's like cool Pokemon stickers.
You'll be popular. Okay, the final. Hello everyone and welcome to this side event to celebrate citizen science, community science, participatory science, whatever you want to call it. That's one of the questions that will come up a bit later on just so we can get a sweep of who uses what. We've just come off a brilliant session on citizen science that had 17 presentations which really showcased what's going on globally, which is fantastic. So I'm really pleased to see so much support. For those of you who weren't at that session, my name's Kat. I'm Senior Conservation Officer at the Shark Trust, and I'm the Programme Lead for the Community Engagement Programme, and this encompasses our citizen science initiatives, along with our Living with Sharks work programme that we spoke on Monday in the other hall. Joining me today is Harriet, who is our data analyst and general data guru whiz, and she's in charge of bringing all of that information that's gathered by citizen scientists together and making it sing, really, making it coherent. We pitched this as an informal mixer so we could create space, so we could discuss citizen science activities around the world. Obviously, with the seating and with it being lunchtime, there might be a bit less mixing going on, but we will start off with some spotlight slides, kind of a bit of speed dating for citizen science projects, just to give people a chance to showcase what their project is. We appreciate that we haven't been able to get this template out to everyone, and there will be other projects that we will have missed within that. We circulated a Google form ahead of the conference, and if you've got one of our invite bookmarks with a basking shark on, there is a QR code on the back of that, so if you haven't had opportunity to do the Google form, please scan that and fill that in, just again, so we can get a good idea of where everyone's coming from and what everyone's up to. So after we've gone through these kind of speed talking presentations, Harriet will go through the results of the Google form, bring some of that information up here just so we can see what's been going on. After that, if there's time, because we're packing a lot into an hour, we'll move on to a Mentimeter just to help generate some discussion points, and we can just really see where we're going to go from this. I think Andrew's already alluded a couple of times to our desire to see a data directory for Condricthy and citizen science projects set up, so we just wanted to see if there's appetite for that, really. So if you stick all the way till the end, then there is a Shark Trust Citizen Science pin badge up for grabs, and we do also have a little surprise that will be here as well. So, without further ado, and I'm going to set my timer so I hold myself accountable, I'm going to kick things off on the slide. Harriet's going to nudge people when it's their turn to come up next, and we'll whistle through about 15 or so of these very speedy presentations. If you were in this previous session, I don't have much work to do on this because Harriet did a great job in introducing the Shark Trust's Great Eggcase Hunt. It's a global project. We're based in the UK, so 97% of our records do come from that region, but we collect egg case records from all over the world. And these are empty egg cases that have washed up on shores and been found by citizen scientists, but also those that have been seen developing in situ by divers. We have ID resources available in the UK. We've got it in Welsh, we've got it across Europe and Mediterranean, in Dutch, in German, in Spanish, Portuguese, in Turkish, in Greek, Hebrew, Arabic, Greek, Turkish. We've got a whole series of guides for Australia. We've got a series of guides for the US. So if your region isn't covered and you'd like it to be, then come and have a chat. We don't have any guides for Asia yet. So we've got 600,000 egg cases that have been submitted through this project, and after kind of over 20 years of data collection, we're really trying to kind of dig into this now and see if we can see some trends. So I'm going to leave it at that for the Great Eggcase Hunt and stick to 1 minute. And next up, we have Jaime.
Hello, I'm trying to stick also to the 1 minute. Very nice to see you all here. My name is Jaime Penades. I'm a researcher from Spain. We are working with one of the last strongholds, one of the last communities where we can find this black-chin guitarfish, Glaucostegus themiculus. This is a project that totally started thanks to a fisherman who was very stubborn, and he started collecting the data himself. No one heard him until he wrote me, and I was crazy enough to drive 8 hours to this area and start looking at these animals. So for the last 5 years, we have 200 records of these species, and also 5 records of up to 30 individual aggregations in very shallow waters, which is something that I have never seen in the other side of the world. So thank you very much. Please catch up with the project, or if you want to send me an email or whatever. Very nice to be here with you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Jaime. Next up, we have Chantel. I can't tell if I can. You are in the room. Hello. Yeah, your 90 seconds starts with a run to the stage as well.
Hi, everyone. So this is a project that I'm relatively new to, but it is a very long-standing project. It's called the ARI Cooperative Fish Tagging Project. It's been running for the last 40 years in South Africa. It's the oldest marine citizen science conservation project on the African continent. It's really exciting. So we provide these external dart tags or traditional tags to recreational fishermen. They go out, do what they love, catch their fish, put the tag on. We collect that information, and then we also collect recaptures from anybody around the coast who recaptures a tagged fish. To date, we have over 400,000 sharks raised in teleosts that have been tagged by our citizen science community, and this data throughout the years has been used in a number of publications and management reports. The project is still very much alive and ongoing, and really this long-term 40-year plus data is incredible and is going to help us monitor sort of changes with climate change and all of that. So yeah, if there's any recreational anglers or fishers in the room, I would love to have a chat with you afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Already ready and not wanting to run up. We've got Maria.
Well, my name is Maria Pozo Montoro. I'm from Spain, the same as Jaime, and I'm working as well with guitarfish. It's one of the two species that we have in the Med. Jaime works in the Atlantic. And, well, that's not a guitarfish, but I think... So that's our guitarfish, the common guitarfish, which is a little bit smaller. And turns out, well, first time that I talk in this hall, so getting myself used to it. So these guys, they are located in an area that you can see here, that it's just south of Valencia. And we have one of the most popular diving destinations that you can find in the Mediterranean. Nobody really goes to the sandy habitats. So these guys were thought to be extinct in the Western Mediterranean for over 30 years. So that's the reason that when the ISRA declaration process happened and nobody knew about these guys, we contact different divers and the different fishing community to get these records of these animals. And what we get was amazing. Like, we started to receive images of many more different species that showcase how special this area is. And this is something that started in 2023, and we have kind of kept going, and this is 2026 already, right? Like 3 years. Looks like we are gonna keep going, and the way that we are doing it it's through Instagram. So we do like reels that every time we do any of them, my colleague or I, or sometimes collaborating with Jaime, we cringe a lot when we need to review it, especially because we are biologists, not communication people, but we think that it's important both for receive the sightings and also to showcase best practices, no, for both divers and fishermen for release. So if you want to follow us, you can scan the QR code there, or otherwise project.guitarprotect. And if you want to know what we're doing with the sightings, you can check our talk at 2:30 tomorrow.
Thank you, Maria. And next up we have Breed from Marine Dimensions.
Hiya, I'm Breed O'Connor, the Director of Marine Dimensions. We're an Ireland-based NGO dedicated to marine conservation, education and outreach, and our citizen science project is Purse Search Ireland. So similar to the Great Eggcase Hunt, we collect records from citizen scientists of shark and skate egg cases around the island of Ireland. This project started in 2007, so just coming up to 20 years now. And our data is used in like a variety of ways. So in traditional like scientific publications, and then also lately a lot for advocacy. So with the increase in expansion of like OREs and MPAs, I end up at a lot of stakeholder meetings asking the government to pretty please not build a wind farm on top of sharks. Pretty please do put MPAs where the sharks are. We provide a lot of educational materials, and they're currently all being translated to Irish. So we have the Mosquealga and in English. That's us.
Thank you, Breed. Following on, we've got Sid.
Thank you. Very exciting project up in Nunatsiavut, the far northeast coast of Canada. In the Nunatsiavut is the Inuit region of that area. There's been a recent population pop of porbeagles, so we've started a tagging program there. And at the community level, we encourage the community to post any interactions with porbeagles on Facebook, and that helps us build a nice database and get the different areas. We've also distributed sampling kits to each community so the conservation officers or guardians can sample anything that's a bycatch in salmon or char nets. One of the challenges is the porbeagles are stealing the cod from people's jigger lines, and they lose their jiggers. They're $30 a piece, so there could be a war break up there with those between the fishermen and the jiggers. But we're also looking if there's anyone has any ideas on deterrents that could be put on fishing lines or any collaboration ideas. Thanks.
Thank you, Sid. Next on, we have Andrew talking about the global shark and ray census.
If you're not sick of hearing about the GSRC already, you're lucky. Anyway, Global Shark and Ray Census is a new program. It is not launched yet. It's still being built. We're looking at a launch possibly in June, but we'll see what happens. 3 key messages, I guess, here. What we are looking for is data from places where monitoring doesn't already happen. That is our primary focus. We are also looking for the weird, wacky, and wonderful. So, you know, crazy photos of sharks doing odd things and range extensions. We want to be collaborative, so we want to hear from you. There is no point us hoarding data that we can't use and do with. Like, if you're working in an area with a species, if you need that data, we want to make sure that data gets to where it can be used. So get in touch with us. If you scan that QR code, it'll take you to a project webpage on the James Cook University Our Lab website. You can download a How to Collaborate guide. In that guide, there is a link to a form that you can register your interest. Tell us what you want to know about what the species and area is, and that way we can register. So when we do our, when the system is actually live and out there, we can do regular sort of data dumps and get data and information to you on what you're interested in. So get in touch. Thanks.
Thank you, Andrew. Now we've got Louise, who's Irish Elasmobranch Group, Angel Shark Project Island, many hats.
Hi everyone, I kind of cheated with 3 images. So yeah, Irish Elasmobranch Group, we're looking to connect all of the researchers across Ireland and also really focus on education and awareness. One of our most recent projects would be Angel Shark Project Ireland. I'm sure you've all heard about the Angel Shark Project efforts. One of the things we're trying to do is collect historical records. They're in very small numbers, and we're just trying to increase records of angel sharks in Ireland. Added to that, we're going to be launching a new project called Shark and Research Island in collaboration with our other Irish partners, because throughout the ISRA process, we actually realized we're really missing a huge amount of data that's non-fishery. So of the Tralee Bay focus, which is our kind of local focus, we're particularly focusing on ungulate, white skate angel shark, and common stingray. So if anyone here is working with ungulates or white skate, so your Rostraraja alba, I'd love to hear from you. Thanks.
Thank you, Louise. Now we have Yara from Sharks in Israel.
Hi, everyone. I'm Yara from Sharks in Israel, but I'm here to represent our MECO project, which is not only in Israel, it's actually a collaboration of different groups around the Mediterranean, collecting citizen science data from Facebook groups. We're actually creating groups on Facebook dedicated for sightings, asking divers, fishers, anyone who's been boaters, anyone who's been to the ocean, to the sea and saw a shark or a ray, to upload a photo with date, time, and location so we can collect that data. It's a very standardized protocol, and we are happy to collaborate with more people. So if you're working in the Mediterranean and you're interested in citizen science, you're invited to come and talk to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Yara. And now moving on to Adi.
So it seems like the same project, but this is the Red Eco project, which is we wanted to do the same thing that we do in the Mediterranean when we realized there's very little data coming from the Red Sea. But what we do in the Red Sea is a bit different. It's less based on communities like we have in the Mediterranean, people going diving. In the Red Sea, it's more based on people that are diving from the whole world, because most of the tourists are not coming from the Red Sea, but coming from everywhere. So it's much more about searching the net, finding observations, and getting in into the group and sharing it in the group. The idea of both projects is that we don't ask them to come to our application, but we use applications that are already being used, and we just want them to share it. So this is why we get a very high rate of observations in. And again, we're very much looking for partners in both seas. Thank you.
Thank you, Adi. Now I welcome Harriet, who's going to talk about another collection of citizen science projects from the Shark Trust.
Hi everyone, so yeah, I just wanted to talk about Shark Log and the Basking Shark project, which is contained within this. So Shark Log encourages sightings from, from around the world of shark skates raised in Chimera, and this can be diving, angling, if you've seen it from a headland walking along the beach, or if you've seen it stranded on the shore. And then, yeah, a large portion of our sightings from this are from basking sharks, so that's our Basking Shark project. And then we also have a yearly 1 week focus called the Great Shark Snapshot. Yeah, and this helps us look at range and biodiversity. So if you see a shark anywhere, just let us know, basically, is a short answer.
Thank you, Harriet. For the next one, I'm afraid we don't have a slide, because we didn't get it to her in time, but Jenny's going to be representing the Irish Basking Shark Group.
To be clear, I was asked last minute, that's why I haven't done a slide. So I'm from the Irish Basking Shark Group in Ireland. We collect sightings records from basking sharks. And we've currently got 46 years worth of data in collaboration with the National Biodiversity Centre and the Irish Whale and Dolphin Group. And that's led us to be able to see an increase in sightings in Ireland, both from an increased number of observers and an increased numbers of animals, which has been really great because that's very different to anywhere else where basking sharks are found in the world, pretty much different trends. And through that data, we've also been able to identify 5 ISRAs in Ireland for basking sharks. It's led to an increase in awareness, which brought us to lead a campaign to add the basking shark to the Wildlife Act in Ireland a few years ago. And it was the first marine fish to be added to this Wildlife Act. Through that Wildlife Act, it becomes illegal for basking sharks to be disturbed and interfered with, particularly in their breeding grounds. That's led us to develop a code of conduct and an increase in engagement with the public. So we continue to collect that data, and it's led to on-the-ground impact and action. Thanks.
Thank you, Jenny. You did at least have a basking shark backdrop up there as well. Okay, so for this next section, Harriet's just going to run through some of the feedback that, and the comments that we got through the Google form that we shared. We shared this amongst those presenter emails we could take from the programme, and for those we knew who were doing citizen science initiatives. So appreciate this wouldn't have reached everybody. But if you've had one of our basking shark bookmarks, on the back of that there is a QR code, and that does have the Google form link on. So please do, if you've got a project, scan it and let us know about your project, and all will be revealed why that's key fairly shortly. I'll have a stash of these at the front, so if you haven't got one of these, then you can come and grab one. I'm going to pass over to Harriet to run through these results.
me again. And just to echo what Kat said, the QR code is also going to be sat on every single slide. So if you want to tell us about your project now, you can do it by scanning the QR code. Oh, I've gone backwards. There we go. So this is just a real quick kind of summary of the responses we've had to the Google form so far. So just trying to capture the kind of general picture of who's doing which citizen science projects on Sharksgate's Raised Chimera and where. So these are the projects that we've had represented so far. And when we look at where these projects are based, so this is just where the organisation is based. I didn't draw big bounding boxes for where the research areas are yet, because that can come later, but also it would look quite messy for now. We've got a pretty good range so far, so thank you to everyone that has actually submitted their results. So what's the project duration of the different community science projects that have responded so far? So there's actually quite a nice mix, which is good. So we've got some really new ones, some which have been running for between kind of 1 to 5 years, and then it kind of drops off with a few of us. I mean, I know that we're included in the 20 plus years long. So we've got some projects which have been running for a really long time, and most of them in that kind of middling range. The data type that's being collected by the citizen science projects is largely sightings or observations, which is kind of to be expected, and then closely followed by fisher participation and photo ID. And then we have a few different projects that we're also collecting environmental variables and or tracking data. I appreciate that these numbers don't necessarily add up to the number of organisations that submitted their answers, but that's because some organisations collect multiple types of data. The next thing we then wanted to look at, where we kind of asked, was how do your citizen scientists collect the data for you? Is there a strict methodology? Is there a kind of a guideline methodology, or is it just ad hoc, collect it when you want it? Over half of them were with the strict methodology, and then, yeah, it was kind of then moving on to ad hoc was the next most popular kind of data collection type, with a few of them having a more loose methodology. We also asked about kind of the focal species to get a guideline of what groups are you looking at. So this, I've got 2 slides on this one, so this is the kind of the verbal answers. So there was a real range of some people saying, oh, we look at anything and everything. Some have a more specific route, like for instance, the Great Eggcase Hunt would only be oviparous Elasmobranchs, and same for Persearch Island. There are some projects which are species specific, so we've got the guitarfish projects, and then the projects looking specifically at poor beagle. Oh, sorry, plosive P there. And when we split this out, we looked at whether the projects are a single species group, a mix of species, but it's like a filtered list, so whether they are one family or a list of species, and then whether it's all sharks everywhere, anywhere, all sharks in this bounding box, or all sharks and other things too. And interestingly, that's actually a really even split across the projects, so there's a real range of the data that everyone's collecting, and it's nice to see that everything is so well represented. So the next thing I kind of wanted to raise is the idea that I know we've mentioned before, is the idea of a citizen science directory. So we've made one for the basking shark community before. This was released last year, and the idea is to signpost towards existing projects. So we don't necessarily need to include the data in this. This would just be a, hey, this project is run by this organisation, it runs in this area, here's the contact details, here's the website, maybe a nice picture if you want to include that, but we thought it could be a really good way to signpost to the projects that are being run and to give them a bit of profile. We can show the species focus. This is something that we would really like to work on with you, if this is something that people that run these citizen science projects, getting thumbs up from Andrew at the back. So if this is something that you guys would be interested in, we would really like to kind of get this going and enter discussions to see what we want this to look like. Just as an example, hopefully this will start playing. If a mouse starts moving, we know we're doing well. I will leave this going and hope it runs. But yeah, we set up a basking shark directory, and basically it's much bigger now. We've got, I think, 14 data sets represented within it, whereas this screen recording was done when it was only 3 of them, although it doesn't seem to be playing. Oh well. But yeah, essentially the general basking shark directory setup is that it has the project name on the side, and then when you click on it, it goes into more details about the organisation, the website, if the data is published, where you can find that data, if not, who you can request it from, obviously not guaranteeing that you're going to get that request approved, the number of records, and just kind of some general summary metadata. So it'd be really nice to try and replicate this if we could. I think that's it from me on, yes, that's me on all the kind of feedback forms. So again, if you want your project represented within that, and you kind of want to add to this kind of growing collection of data, you can scan the QR codes, which I will leave up here, until Kat is ready for the Mentimeter. So good to go? Okay, wicked. Right, so now we've got some in-room participation for you all. So we just kind of want to get some kind of idea of, we loading? Yes. We just kind of want to get some idea of community science, citizen science projects, and yeah, how we all think about it. We've got various questions. The first one being, which terminology do you use or prefer? So we've got community science, citizen science, participatory science. Use whichever one kind of interchangeably, or if you use something else entirely. So yeah, scan the QR code or go to menti.com and type in that code and we can get your answers.
I would add that there's normally a limit on Menti, so if you can't get through, then it's because we've reached capacity.
Turn to your neighbour next door to you and see if they can enter the answer for you. Okay, so looks like citizen science is coming out pretty on top, which is quite interesting. But yeah, closely followed by community science. Keep it going. Still see some phones up.
If we had longer, it would be really interesting to look at what the geographic spread is of terms as well, and if it varies according to region, but not something we have time to delve into too much today.
Okay, ready for the next one? Okay, so the next question we wanted to ask is probably not going to be much of a surprise, considering we've already mentioned this one a few times. Would you be interested in inputting into a community or a citizen science directory? Again, this doesn't need the actual project data, just signposting to go, these guys are doing this work, go look at them. Yeah, so just to kind of get an idea of
Andrew, you can only vote once, so I'm hoping not all 51 of those are from you. That's really reassuring to see that there's such a groundswell of support for the yes, and the maybes appreciate it comes with kind of caveats and terms and a better understanding of what it would actually involve. For us, as Harriet said, we built the basking shark one last year. We kind of would love to have had a central repository for basking shark information, but we fully appreciate that data needs to be protected, and there's different reasons that people might not be so able to share. So it was useful to be able to just signpost. We get a lot of people come to us in the UK, and if you just look at our sightings database, it looks like basking sharks, well, they've disappeared in the last 10, 15 years, but we know it's because they've all shifted over to Ireland. So actually you need to go and speak to the Irish Basking Shark Project and you'll get a more complete picture. So we were really keen to kind of see if we can help signpost. There's so much work going on for citizen science, community science, participatory science, for chondrichthyans in general. So if we can kind of put a pin on the map and just say this organisation is working on this species in this region and help kind of encourage people that way. And as we spoke yesterday in the side event for the Global Shark and Ray Census, it could then be used as a resource within that, as appreciating people have concerns about what it might mean for their citizen science collection. If we have this as a resource and a repository, then it may well kind of support that as well.
Okay, that's a nicely positive response. The next question then is going to load. What barriers do you or have you faced with your project, or I guess if you don't necessarily run a project yourself, a project that you've been involved with? So yeah, this can involve anything from kind of like, yeah, gaining volunteer participation.
And funding.
Funding, yeah. Funding, yep, lots of funding.
Funding again, lack of
More
funding.
Okay, I think we're getting the might be funding. Click to group responses, is that a thing we can do?
I don't know that we can from here.
Ah, boo. If I click, I think I'm just going to change slide, so. Okay. Well, is there a scroll down function that you've got?
I don't know that we can click that. I don't know if you guys at the back can click on the click to group responses button. I don't think we have control here. I'm going to leave you to fiddle with that bit.
No. Nope. Okay. Well, we can view results on here. We can just keep traveling. Yeah. Right. We appreciate that we can't scroll down on here, so we're just going to verbally have a look at it on the screen and then tell you what what you guys said. So, yeah, an awful lot of funding, misidentification of species, cost of tech development, funding, inconsistencies within data is another issue that's been a problem we've had to face, incomplete data, observer bias, the fact that we do need zeros, null is still good information.
That's a key one we come against as well. So for an egg case hunt, if you have been on an egg case hunt and you've actively been looking and not found anything, that's just as valuable information from us. But I'd be guilty of going to the beach and not seeing one and not thinking to record it.
Ooh, we've skipped ahead. We're too early. Let's go back one.
Competition between people and operators, building trust, fishes resistance, distrust.
No. Can we go back a few slides, please?
Getting the word out, environmental barriers, motivation, manpower, tech support, manpower, sample export permits from Environment Authority, quality control. There's a lot here.
We'll collate all of this and we can send it out if there's an appetite for that. Okay, so moving on to the next question, which you've already had mild spoilers for. It is, once the Menti loads, how are we doing download? All right. So how could we best develop a Shark Plus community science network? So not necessarily the directory, but is there appetite for some kind of a network where we can kind of stay in loop with each other and kind of signpost to each other's projects? So if someone wants to kind of give another project data that's not relevant to them, they can go, no, but someone over here would like it. If you've got any kind of suggestions for how that might work, we'd like to know. Oh. Is this going to let me go back? We'll do this one for now.
Make friends, I like that one. Social media, transparency, method standardization, one platform with everything joined. Yeah, appreciating our naturalist is out there. And we also recognize that people only want to submit something once. You don't want to submit to multiple platforms, so it's how we can maximize that information. How to set up projects using existing platforms, free training and workshops. What else have we got in here? I want to move on to
I think we might just need to refresh. Let's have a look. Please stand by while we look at the answers. Okay. Where are the answers coming from? Ah, yes. Okay, so what else have we got on there? More make friends.
Let PADI AWARE know about you. Handbooks.
Yeah, side events.
With snacks. There's lunch. You've got lunch boxes.
Okay, just because I'm aware we're getting up to 2, the next question is, what are your data handling and sharing processes? So some of you have already answered this one. So yeah, so we've got things like internal newsletters, annual reports, tightly controlled by internal processes. Okay, so a lot of internal data handling, things like that. Permissions from government grant required. Yeah, that can take a while. Where are we? We'll just scroll down a bit. There we go. Annual reports we've got on here as well. Manual labour for data sorting, yeah, that can cause quite a backlog. Okay, cool. So it seems like we've got quite a few varied responses on this.
Yeah.
Okay, and then I think we're nearly at the end of the questions that we've set up. So how do you mobilise volunteers and kind of increase your engagement with your projects? Like kind of any insights or things you found that work really well for your projects?
So yeah, coming through, we've got, social media coming up quite a lot there, word of mouth and emails, and starting with younger generations. Minimizing barriers is a big one. Comms, being present, that's another good one, and being in the field.
Yeah, so building those connections so you're known about and they know what you're doing from the off.
Okie dokie, and then the last one, just to kind of wrap this all up, realising we're whistling through these last ones. Once it loads. What lessons have you learned, or have you got any kind of key takeaways from running your own project? So not this session, but running your project or being involved with the project, what kind of your key takeaways been regarding citizen science and community science? Yeah, so we're already getting communication being quite a key one. Keeping in contact, volunteer management, again, kind of talking for word of mouth. Trust is a big one, yeah. More funding. What else have we got? We're running out of room on the screen. Yeah, and then clear research questions as well, so I guess they know where the data is going and why they're collecting it. Cool. Do you want to do?
Thank you very much for whistling through that. So that's all the kind of the questions we had up here. I mean, if we were to set up a network, I'd be keen to hear what people think about what that looks like. I appreciate everyone's inboxes are overflowing and social media's a beast to try and keep on top of, especially when you're talking about multiple platforms. So it's how best to keep connected. Like I said, we're getting more and more interested about looking into the concept of creating this directory. So I would encourage, if we don't have your contact details, if we didn't email you about this side event or you haven't just spoken in the last session, then please make sure Harriet or I have your contact details, and we can follow up with you afterwards, and we can compile some of the results from this and share that back with you, as we couldn't go through everything. I should imagine funding would be one of the key things that would come up, is that restriction. And is something that we'd need to look into if we were going to go down that directory platform concept as well. If you scan this QR code, it should take you to the Shark Trust's link tree, which will show more about our citizen science initiatives, but it also has all of our contact details. So if you go and find Harriet or myself in there, you'll be able to click on the details and download our contact details to you. So please just make sure, do it now before you forget, but if you're interested, then email us and we can follow up with you with a bit of a summary about everything that we've discussed here today. But just opening it out, has anyone got any kind of ideas or things that work in terms of developing what could potentially be such a huge network? Anyone? Or it's just if it happens, we'd be interested. Okay, we can go away and brainstorm stuff, and like I said, feedback. That's essentially everything that we wanted to run through today, but there is one final activity, and for that, if Irina and Gus are in the hall, I'm going to pass over to you guys for one final extra add-on. But whilst they're coming up here, thank you so much for coming to this side event and for contributing. And it's been fantastic to gather everyone's thoughts and to see such a great profile on citizen science projects. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you for this, for humoring us, Kath, because this has very little to do with citizen science, but it has everything to do with community. And the community of Dutch shark scientists present have a special wish for all of us to celebrate with us the birthday of Eleanor Greenway. Yay! And, come on up, Eleanor. And of course, that she handed in her PhD thesis and is defending that in early July. Another round of applause for almost Dr. Eleanor. And now Guske is getting the cake. But while we wait for the cake, let's just sing Happy Birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Eleanor. Happy birthday to you. also my shark daughter. So, we're doing the light. Sorry, 1 minute while we light the candles. We can also head down now and we do the blowing of the candles. This happens when you do shark research in Europe. You make families. But I think it happens with sharks everywhere. I know. This is so well coordinated. So well coordinated. So I'll give you a gift. Oh, yeah, sure. Oh, there she is. Yay. So we do applause for the cake.
So it might not have been organised by us, but this is the snack part of the of the side event. You do get cake if you're quick.
Oh my God. I'm sorry, the candles. Oh my God. Throw them out. Put them away. Okay, the trick candles.
Okay, happy birthday, Eleanor, and congratulations on the PhD. So if you want to come up to the front or find one of the Shark Trust staff, then we have some Shark Trust pins to show you've been to the Citizen Science Side event, so we can pass you one of those. We've also got some of the bookmarks, but thank you again for attending, and we will follow up with the results of everything we went through today.
Okay, so with that, let's begin with our first presenter, Akshaitana.
Thank you everyone for putting away your lunches and coming for my talk and listening to me talk about CITES and the electronic non-detriment findings. So just to remind ourselves, CITES is an international convention. What it aims to do is to reduce the chances that species are going to go extinct because of international trade pressures. The way CITES works is that specific species are listed on 3 appendices. You have Appendix 1, where species that are most threatened with extinction are listed, and it's virtually impossible to have any international commercial trade in these species. Species listed on Appendix 2 are not necessarily threatened with extinction, but they might be if trade in these species is unregulated. And then you have species on Appendix 3, for which a specific party is essentially asking other parties for help with its protection. A party is a country that has signed on to the CITES Convention. So looking at Appendix 2, to trade species listed on Appendix 2, you need to have what is called a non-detriment finding, an NDF. And an NDF means a scientific assessment that says that the export of these species will not be detrimental or negatively impact the survival of the species. But if you read the CITES text further, it's not just the survival of the species. The species should be maintained at a level where they perform their functional role in the ecosystem, and they should be maintained at a level well above the thresholds for the species to be eligible for listing in Appendix 1. All very good work, all very good wording. The issue is that CITES does not actually mandate a specific way to make this assessment. And so over the years, organizations and researchers and scientists have come together to make guidelines for making non-detriment findings. A photo from about 12 years ago with some of our colleagues. So the shark and ray NDF guidelines were made in 2014 by Traffic with funding from the German government. This is a picture from a workshop that was to look at those guidelines and make sure that they work. Just a quick note, a few familiar faces there. These are people who work on NDFs quite a bit, and if you are looking to make NDFs for your governments or support your governments with NDFs, these are the people to look for. There's Daniel, there's Carlos, there's Colin, and of course there's Sarah Fowler in there as well. Now, the guidelines made for sharks are very thorough, very detailed, and hence very long. And long guidelines don't really, they're kind of detrimental to making non-detriment findings. No one wants to take them up. So what we did is that we took those guidelines and made a software. It's essentially a form that you fill. One of the aspects that we did by making this software is to be able to assign specific sections of the NDF to specific people who would be from different parts of government so that they can fill in their data independently. That was something that was needed. It also outputs a PDF in the end. So everything that you enter comes out as a nice clean PDF that can become your NDF if you wanted to. This work, again, was supported by the German government along with the Shark Conservation Fund, and we put this all together. So I'll just walk you through how it works. You have the UI, which has a navigation panel on the left that you can go through, and then in your main screen, you answer questions towards your non-detriment finding. We've included pull-down menus as much as possible so that there's not too much entry. You can pull down and just select your answers for most questions. There are help buttons, so when you have to answer a particular question, you can click on the help button, and what it does is it pulls out the specific part of that NDF guidance document relevant to that question. So you don't have to keep going back to that 100-page document and look for the help for your specific question. Thanks to our friends and collaborators at Sharkipedia, we also have biological data available. So when you have selected your species and your ocean basin, it pulls out the closest biological data to be able to answer questions about biological vulnerability. You go through 4 steps where you answer questions on the vulnerability of the species, how much trade and fishing pressure is on the species, and how well are you managing the species and managing those pressures. You end up on the 5th step where you get a matrix like this, which basically a red, yellow, green telling you what's going well, what's not going well, how are your species doing, and then all that comes down to a simple score between 0 and 10. A score of 10 tells you that your species is doing fine. A score of 0 is that you have a lot of problems. You use this score to decide the outcome of your NDF. A quick aside, this also means that you can use this for a general species management framework. It need not be CITES species. You could answer these questions for any species and make it work. You select the outcome of your NDF, which is, do you want a positive NDF, which means we think it's fine to export these species? Do you want a negative NDF, which is we don't think we should export these species? Or do you want something in the middle, which is a positive NDF with conditions, where you stipulate conditions for the export of the species? This could be things like size limits or quotas, or saying that you can only export when the species has come, when the specimen has come from a particular stock or a particular fishery, for example. The next step, you get a prioritized list of management measures based on your answers in steps 1 to 4, which tells you what management you should prioritize to be able to make the fishery and the species and the trade more sustainable. So the high priority ones are on the top, and then you can work your way down to lower priority. So all of this is good. You make something. Does it actually get used? And if you go on the CITES NDF portal, there are a few NDFs now that were made using this e-NDF software. The Australians took the lead after 2022, when we had a lot of carcharinids listed. I believe Cassie and Colin were involved in that, and they made NDFs using the e-NDF for all their newly listed species. Recently, we have seen work from Indonesia, where Indonesia has made some NDFs, and so has Brazil. And then the question is, why do you need to make an NDF? What's the point? And why can't you just make all positive NDFs and keep keep exporting? What's going to stop you? So there is something called a review of significant trade. So this is a CITES process where CITES selects country species combinations and says we're going to audit, we're going to review this and see why this country has exported this quantity of species. And at that time, a good, robust NDF is what a country needs, because if you don't have that, the audit almost fails. So you need a good NDF to be able to say, this is how we decided that we are going to export this quantity of this species. If during the RST things don't work out, there are repercussions and implications. It could range from something as simple as CITES saying this country can no longer export this species that was part of the RST. Depending on conditions, there have been instances where CITES has said, well, no more sharks and rays can be exported by this country till they sort out NDFs and till they sort out this RST process. It can even go to a complete ban on you cannot export any more, like you can't export any more CITES-listed species at all. And then a notification is sent to parties saying that there is prohibition on export from this country and no one is supposed to import from that country either. So it is something that potentially works to reduce the mortality of sharks and rays. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Akshay. So we don't have any questions. It's already 10 minutes. We're going to move to the next speakers. Durjoy Raha Antu, trade of CITES-listed sharks and rays from Bangladesh, dynamics, actors, and regulatory challenges. Over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Durjoy Raha Antu from WCS Bangladesh. Today, I will present our study, Trade of CITES-listed sharks and rays from Bangladesh, dynamics, actor, and regulatory challenges. So through this presentation, I will briefly highlight which CITES-listed shark and rays are being traded from Bangladesh, how the trade operates, and who involved, and the key regulatory challenges. So Bangladesh is a home to rich, diverse marine ecosystems, including sharks, rays, seahorse, sea cucumber, and mollusk, and other marine organisms. 43 species of sharks and 64 species of rays so far recorded from Bangladesh. Among them, 93 species are now nationally protected, and over 2/3 of the species now under threatened category, and 33 species of shark and 21 species of rays listed under CITES. Despite this protection, shark and ray remain among the most heavily illegally traded marine wildlife group in Bangladesh. According to the FAO data, Bangladesh ranked among the world's top 20 shark fin exporting countries. However, species-specific trade information, monitoring gap, and traceability remain extremely limited. So, this study combined with literature review and our in-house reports, interviews of fishers, traders, and law enforcement agencies, trade records, customs data, and WCS monitored landing site data, and fishermen, citizen science fishermen network data. So, what is being traded? Our findings show that 24 species of shark and 19 species of rays currently traded from Bangladesh. Key species include spade-nosed shark, and we found the volume 4.23 million individuals, and hammer-headed sharks over 1 lakh individual, and Ricum shark, especially carcinogenous group, and guitarfish, mostly sharp-nosed guitarfish, and Mobulid. These figures were collected from our monitor landing site only, but the real scenario is likely several times higher what is currently documented. So sharks are mainly traded for fin and meat, both dry and raw form, and guitarfish is valued for its fin, skin, and Mobulid rays mainly for its gill raker. Apart from this, jaw from guitarfish and shark, as well as teeth, also traded from Bangladesh. So most of the shark cans landed as bycatch. Though some guitarfish and other rare species sometimes targeted during winter season. Harvested is concentrated through the south eastern and south central region, specifically Cox's Bazar, Chattogram, Kuakata, and meat are sliced and salted, and Oman basically involved this processing, and this processing quite informal but well organized. And so this is the local and international transportation from the harvesting. The product basically landed to the landing site, often directly to the processing site. After landing site, basically product exchanged to 2 or 3 hand, then use the local transportation to the processing site. And from processing, after processing, product basically go to the Chattogram, the south western part, and there is a large dry fish market known as Asadganj, and basically use local bus, truck, etc. For international transportation, basically for a small amount, it's use cargo, air cargo, and for large amount, basically it use ship. And sometimes some buyers came to the exporter and they collect product and they put it into their luggage and go to their destination countries. So the local value chain and trade network holds a very complex and from landing site, the fishermen basically landed it directly or directly sometimes to the processing sites. Basically, board owner and money lender, locally known as Dadon provider, because fishermen are not received direct loan from the government. They basically influence fishermen, basically gillnet fishermen and longliner, to collect shark and ray product, shark and ray whole body. And then the product go to the dry shark and ray dry fish processor, and they basically distribute it to the commission agents of Asadganj that I previously mentioned, and from there product locally distributed. In Bangladesh, the shark and ray product basically demand shark and ray meat to demand to the local tribal community, and rest of the product basically exported. This is the international value chain from the exporter of Asadganj. They maintain communication to the exporter of the destination country, include Myanmar, Thailand, Hong Kong, and Singapore. And ultimate destination, most of the product is China. And they maintain communication to WhatsApp, email, and some this kind of application. And they preserve product for the long time. And according to the buyer demand, they supply this kind of product and mix with other dry fish to hide the traceability. And it difficult to identify all of the consignment, each and every carton. So they use that kind of loop and mix this kind of product. And due to different kind of developmental activities, the people from those countries came to Bangladesh and they directly collect product from the exporter and keep their luggage, and they transfer to their destination countries. So this is the wildlife crime continuum that shows that different stage actors involved in this process, especially lots of middlemen involved there, commission agents also involved there, CNF agent of customs, they are play a crucial role to hide that kind of product, use the loops of the rules and regulation. And dry fish processors, they basically also hold a key role. And some small-scale middlemen, seasonal middlemen, they basically collect product from the small areas, and then they keep their products in their house, and according to the demand, they supply to the market. So there are some gap. Actually, they hide the species level traceability. That's the main concern, as well as monitoring in the landing side and processing hub is very limited. No species specific data collection procedure now carried out in Bangladesh. Institutional mandate includes the CITES authority in Bangladesh is Forest Department, but their monitoring is very limited in landing and processing side. But the authority of landing and processing side is the Bangladesh Fisheries Department. And limited non-detrimental findings. We are starting, WCS Bangladesh already starting non-detrimental finding. Recently we complete 5 species and total 9 species we completed, but we need more. And awareness. During our interview, we found that very limited awareness among the fishers and traders, including law enforcement agency. They even do not know about the term CITES. So we start capacity building workshop to make aware themselves regarding the rules and regulation, also by using education and outreach campaign. We aware the fishers and traders regarding the protected species as well as CITES regulation. Thank you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. That was great. We're gonna move to the other presenter. So the next speaker is from Sri Lanka, Malsha Gunasingh. She's going to talk about the assessment of the prevalence, exploitation, and trade dynamics of CITES-listed Elasmobranchs in Sri Lankan fisheries. Floor to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Malsha, and I'm from Blue Resources Trust. And today I'll be presenting on the prevalence, exploitation, and also trade dynamics of CITES-listed marine species, especially focusing on Elasmobranchs in Sri Lanka. So this is really important because it connects what is happening at landing sites and also what is happening in other countries. So Sri Lanka is one of the major shark and ray fishing nations in the Indian Ocean. But beyond just catching these animals, the country is deeply connected to global trade, both receiving products from neighboring countries and also going out products from our country to other countries. So this creates a situation where local fisheries are directly connected to international demand, making management more complex. So understanding this connection is critical for effective conservation and also policy decisions. And it essentially functions as a regional hub in the shark and ray trade. So this particular study functions as a regional hub in the shark and ray trade. And also this aims to identify the exactly what are the CITES-listed species are being in trade, and also what are the actors involved in this trade. And we used 3 sources of data. The first one is field surveys. Our team has been doing surveys since 2017 in 121 landing sites. And we also conducted 60 stakeholder interviews with fishers, traders, law enforcement officers, and also experts. To identify the supply chain and also understand how the trade works on the ground. And then we analyzed Sri Lanka customs data from 2000 to 2024 to track imports and exports and identify trade patterns. Our service recorded over 48,000 specimens and identified more than 105 shark and ray species. And of those, 27 shark species and 12 ray species are CITES listed. And critically, CITES listed species were found at 62 out of 121 landing sites, so more than half of all sites surveyed across the country. And also this map on this slide shows exactly where those sites are distributed along the coastline of Sri Lanka. And CITES-listed sharks made up nearly 85% of all shark specimens recorded, a very high proportion. The most common was the silky shark, accounting for almost half of all records, followed by blue sharks. And these species are mostly caught as bycatch during multi-day offshore fishing trips, mostly using long lines and also sometimes gill nets. But once caught, they don't go to waste. Their fins and meat have significant commercial value, both locally and also in international level. For rays, CITES-listed species made up about 21% of the records. The most frequently seen were the giant devil rays and also sickle-fin devil rays. And the key issue here is the gill plate trade. So Mobula rays are heavily targeted for the gill plate trade, and which are used in traditional medicine, mostly in East Asian countries. So even though the numbers are lower than sharks, Sri Lankan fishing pressure is really intense on these species as well. And this gives the exact breakdown visually. So all of these species carry CITES regulations, yet they are consistently showing up at landing sites across the country. And so fishing activity follows monsoon season here in Sri Lanka. So not this monsoon season, from November to April, brings calmer seas and also allows multi-day vessels to go further outshore, so which is when shark bycatch peaks in West Coast. So this map shows the key domestic trade hotspots concentrated along the western coast, specifically Colombo, Negombo, Kalpitia, and also Beruala. So these locations serve as both landing and also processing hubs for these their trade. So this the trade follows a clear chain starting from fishing, both small artisanal boats and also larger multi-day boats. So they catch sharks and rays, often as bycatch, and then processing happens at landing sites of nearby villages, and then fins and gill plates are removed, salted, and then sun-dried. And then aggregation happens by middlemen. They collect and also move products to major hubs. And then export happens west-based exporters, mainly in Negombo and Colombo. And also there are key groups that drive the trade. So they are mainly fishers and then middlemen and also exporters. So looking at where Sri Lanka exports to, so this the top destinations are the USA, UK, France, and Japan, and also Taiwan, according to customs data. So this spread across the Asian and also Western markets shows how broad the global and this trade is. And also on the import side, Sri Lanka receives these shark and ray products from nearby countries, mainly from India, followed by Indonesia, Maldives, UAE, and also other countries. So this confirms Sri Lanka is not just a source country, but also a country which do the transshipment as well. So there are key drivers who sustain this trade. So first thing is international luxury demand, mainly for shark fin and also gill plates. And then for traditional medicine, mainly using their gill plates. And also full resource utilization. Virtually every part of the animal finds a market. So to wrap up, nearly 85% of shark catch involves CITES-listed species. And also Sri Lanka customs data confirms Sri Lanka is a processing and transshipment destination. However, one important limitation of this study is that the trade data often includes mixed consignment. It's sometimes difficult to identify what are the species. So species-specific data should be there. So we should, in future, we should improve the species-level recording related to these species, and also use better identification methods such as genetic identifications, and also develop more detailed tracking systems. With this, I'm concluding my presentation, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Malsha. Thank you for your talk. And we're going to move to the next speaker, still from Sri Lanka. We'll talk about governance and awareness challenges in implementing CITES for shark and ray trade in Sri Lanka. Henry Mitchell, floor is yours.
All right. Very good afternoon, all of you. I can feel like after a lunch that you are being here. But starting with that, I just want to ask a small question from you, just to seed about what I'm going to talk. So what would it take for you to break a law? So we break the law. Yes, of course. No greed, no malice, just no other options. So this is the reality of thousands of fishers along the coast of Sri Lanka. So, and understanding the reality, the only ever fix is CITES implementation, and that this also plays a key role. And then at this moment, in this island, while you are sitting here, that's happening. But we have to look for a mechanism or we can implement. So my name is Henry Mitchell, and I'm from Blue Resources Trust. This is what I'm going to present. So here's the scale what we are dealing with. So roughly 60% of global shark fin trade moves across South and Southeast Asia. And specifically, if you're looking about that, here you can see it also coming up with persistent legal trade and implementation failure, and then also Sri Lanka being the export hub. So, and CITES-listed species are being invested and trafficked through these channels with limited repercussions. So we asked a simple question and with a complicated answer. What is that? What value chain dynamics, actor motivations, and governance gaps are making this possible? Because if we don't understand the system, truly understand the system, we cannot change it. So, to answer that, we went to, ask and then get to know the people who are inside the system, and with 60 qualitative interviews. As you see in the slide, sorry for that, as you see in the slide, so here, 15 fishers, and then 15 traders, and 15 law enforcement officers, and experts. So in that case, particularly, we have involved with, if you're looking about the experts, scientists, NGOs, and policymakers. And we didn't just went with data. We want to understand why this is happening, why is this fear, and what they don't know at all. And why pair these interviews? We have gone up with systematic review of existing scientific and then also literature on Elasmobranchs trade, CITES governance, and Sri Lankan fisheries law. So moving with that, of course, there should be a process, right? So there we have found up with the system that go up with. So let me show you how the trade works. A shark is caught, yes, sometimes deliberately, or often as a bycatch. If doesn't matter which one is in the boat, the outcome is usually the same. So the product moves to coastal village processors, and fins are removed, dried, and meats are sun-dried, and then the middleman comes in. So he collects, and he aggregates, and he contacts the village processors, and he exports to Negombo, or Colombo, or Chido. And then there, where it goes, it moves to East Asian markets. Now here's the critical insight of this chain, if you're looking at. Every single handover create a distance. What is this distance? A distance between who caught the shark and who exported. A distance between the act and the accountability. A distance between the law and then the consequences. The distance is not accidental. It is the architecture of impunity. So when we look about these actor motivations, so let us talk about across the chain. So why fishers do? Because of income needs, and they want to earn, and they want to sustain their family. So most of the time, targeting CITES-listed species are happening on that. But it could be not as a direct target, but it could be a bycatch. And then also with the economical gain, deliberately, they're moving with the target fisheries. And here's the detail to stop me cold, where I heard in the interviews, because fishers are afraid to report bycatch. Not because, they are being aware of, because of the regulations that they are facing on, and then the consequences or the penalties that they are coming up with. But CITES as a framework, as a concept, and largely unheard of, particularly in remote fishing communities, right? And then when it comes to traders and exporters are a different story. So here, many of them know about CITES axis and they know about the law. They just don't fear it because of weak port checks. So the high-profile migrants and the margins, and then also the low perceived leaks, it makes them easy to trade. So one of the participants put, particularly while we're doing the interviews, they say they understand the rules, and then also they know the system, but because of the profit margin, they are not going up with that. So this is not just a moral failure. So this is a design failure. And design failures can be fixed. Okay, so coming up with, so this slide is what I really want you to remember. So look at the gap. So you can see on the other side, the CITES awareness and implementation awareness is there, and then the other side, you can see the domestic fishers and low awareness. So here, in mid-then, there's nothing, a void. What we can do to address that? Because CITES is a different world for most of the fisheries. And then also, the systemic failure, and then while coming up with this, the legal frameworks exist, but the awareness implementation gap is really widening. So with that, there are also four traceable things that we can come up with. So one is weak traceability, because while you are doing the traceability, if the fins are dried, that has been not coding. And then also specific species identification deficits. There's no particularly, identification knowledge that's with the custom officers and wildlife officers and also with the judiciary. Many of them cannot identify the species they are supposed to protect. So how do you enforce listing cannot recognize? And finally, no institutional coordination. Fisheries, customs, wildlife officers, and all of these officers really lack with the institutional coordination, which is where the system failure happens. And then, to address that, we do have a very good news. What is this good news? It is very single gap we identify as a solution. So as you see, targeted species awareness, if we have CITES education at landing site with the villagers in the local languages, definitely they can have an idea what they are coming up with. And then also species identification training and tools for custom officers, and then also wildlife officers and judiciary is non-negotiable. And then also coming up with catch domestication, and then also the kind of like a custody system, if you're coming up with the incentives, that will make a effective benefit also the people and then the officers that you're working in. And then also coming up with joint interagency implementation. So with that, while wrapping up, so we have 5 key takeaways. A multi-tied value chain, and then also we do have to have an economic necessity that drives fishers, profit margins, and then also come up with rescuing them with the legal framework, which is where addressing their points, and then also awareness implementation, and then coming up with reducing the systemic weaknesses. And then effective CITES compliance also requires, as mentioned here, simultaneous action on awareness and then also socio-economic drivers. With that, I definitely want you to leave with something that guide everything we do at Blue Resources Trust. Sustainable seas and sustainable livelihood are not competing goals. They are the same goal perceived together or lost together. So, the fisheries we interviewed are not the villains of the story. They are people making rational choices inside a broken system. Our job as researchers, as policymakers, as scientists, as conservationists, as a people in this room is to fix the system altogether. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Henry. Unfortunately, we don't have time for questions, and thank you again for the important takeaways and messages. So now we're moving to Indonesia. We're going to have Nurmila Anwar talking about trade dynamics and distribution patterns of the giant zobel-nosed ray in the management area of the Marine and Coastal Resources Management Station in Serang, Indonesia. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Moderator. And Assalamualaikum, everyone. My name is Nurmila Anwar. I'm presenting outdoor today, and I would like to present about trade dynamic and distribution pattern of giant zobel-nosed ray or Glaucostegostipus or giant goiter fish in management area of LPSPL Serang, Indonesia. Okay. This is background gap. We know that global trade continues to drive exploitation of Elasmobranchs, and Glaucostegostipus is now a regulator under CITES Appendix 2. However, effective implementation of CITES depend on robust and traceable trade data. In Indonesia, quantitative information of trade dynamic remains limited, particularly in terms of product composition and distribution pathways. This gap constrains our ability to support evidence-based management of CITES-listed species. This is objective is quantify trade dynamic of Glocostegostypus and identify product composition in trade. After that, analyze distribution pathway in LPSPL Serang. As LPSPL Serang is a coastal and marine resource management agency in Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Fisheries in Indonesia. This is a study area and method. A study conducted in LPSPL Serang, data collect from 8 provinces, start at in 2021 until 2025 October. Trade record and product observation documented, and then product categorized like a fin, cartilage, skin, and meat, and then data analyzed for trade dynamic, and finally quantitative descriptive analysis like a temporal, product, spatial, and pathways. This is the result. Trade increased softly in 2024 and reached its highest level in 2025. It's depending on the product skin packs in 2024, while bone and fin packs in 2025. Overall, trade continued increasing and reached the highest level in 2025. Trade volume increased steadily and peaks in 2025. Skin dominates the trade, followed by cartilage, indicating a strong demand for processed product. Slight decline in observed in 2025. This is product composition of trade of Glocostegostypus. As shown previously, trade is increasing, and increase is dominated by specific product. Here we see that skin alone contributes around 36% of the total trade. How long proportion of meat in the trade is likely due to local consumption, which is not reflected in export data. In contrast, fins, although traded in smaller volumes, have a very high economic value. Meanwhile, skin is traded in a large quantity despite its relatively low price. This suggests that trade patterns are shaped by both market value and utilization practice. This figure illustrates the distribution pathway of trade from LPSPL Serang region. Products originate from landing areas such as Banten, Jakarta, and Central Java, and are then categorized into major product types, including skin, cartilage, fin, and meat. The flow shown that these products are consolidated in key hubs, particularly in Jakarta and Surabaya, which play a central role in distribution systems. While the previous diagrams show the flow of trade quantitatively, this slide explains how the system operates in practice. This slide illustrates the distribution pathway of Glocostegostypus product from LPSPL Serang region, starting from landing sites such as Banten, Jakarta, and Central Java. Products are first collected by local collector and then consolidated by trader or aggregators. These products are further processed, such as drying and salting, before being distributed to domestic market, including traditional market, retailers, and industry. At the same time, high-level products, particularly skin, fin, and cartilage, are directed toward export pathways. These products are centralized in major hubs, especially Jakarta and Surabaya. From this hub, products are exported to international market with key destinations including Hong Kong, China, and Thailand. Overall, this pattern indicates that the threat system is highly concentrated with Java, particularly Jakarta, playing a critical role as the main distribution hubs. This figure shows how the threat system operates in practice from local collection to domestic distribution and export. It also highlights additional supply from outside LPSP Hasiholan region and the role or permit in supporting regulated trade, indicating a structured but interconnected systems. This is about part discussion. After 2022, we observed a clear increase in trade, which likely reflect a post-pandemic recovery and rising demand. Importantly, shark and ray are harvested at all individual, but what becomes important in trade is how each part is valued. Even though fin only make up a relatively small portion of the volume, they still represent the highest economic value. At the same time, the significant percent of skin and cartilage suggests that are also growing market and beyond fins, indicating a more diversified and volume-driven trade systems. In terms of market direction, exports are mainly concentrated toward key destinations such as Hong Kong and China, reflecting strong regional demand. The distribution system itself is highly centralized, with Jakarta and Surabaya acting as major hubs for both domestic and export flows. We also identified additional input coming from outside LPSP Hasiholan region, indicating that each trade is part of broader and interconnected supply network. This is our conclusion that our trade dynamic, trade of locust executivus in the LPSP Hasiholan region is increased after 2022 with additional supply originating from outside LPSP Hasiholan working area. And about product composition, utilization occur of the level of all individual and product composition is dominated by fin as the highest level component, while skin and cartilage contribute substantial proportion. And about distribution pathways, trade flow are centralized in Jakarta and Surabaya as main export gateway, with export destination primarily concentrated in Hong Kong and China. And about management implication, a value and volume-driven trade system necessitates strengthened monitoring and more effective management, particularly under potential zero quota condition, where the risk of unregulated or illegal trade may increase. And this is my encouragement. Thank you for our support and to having me to hear the Shark International Sri Lanka 2026. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nurmela. We will not have any question. And we're going to the last speaker on the session. Evan Mutakin will talk about navigating complexity, institutional and policy transformation for CITES-listed sharks and race management in Indonesia. Evan, floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me here. I'm Evan Mutakin from Indonesia, Rekam Nusantara Foundation. Today I would like to present about the CITES implementation in Indonesia, the challenge, and also how Indonesia navigating the complexity about the institutional and policy for CITES-listed shark and race management. Shark and race represent a very different challenge for CITES implementations compared to other species, both marine and terrestrial. This because of the scale and complexity, the Elasmobranchs trade that it seems like far away from the CITES framework that at the beginning. This because of this industry become very large. It can be categorized as industry, but it's coming from the small scale, medium until the industrial fishing vessel. And then the data also show that the FAO annually more than 100,000 tons of shark and rays annually landed. And then this is activity driven by demand for the value of the fin, for example, and gill as the most valuable product. But the other product also now following to the steady increase such as meat, cartilage, liver oil, and skin, even for teeth. And then, so this is not the small conservation issue. It is one of the largest wildlife threats on Earth. Why shark and ray threat is very different comparing to others? So there are 4 characteristics to make it very complex and very unique. The first is the high volume of the product that's traded globally. And then comparing to other CITES-listed taxa, this species much more high. And then the second is about the trade chains. The trade chain is very long, fragmented, and involving multiple actors such as fishers coming from the small scales, medium, and industrial, and also involving the processors, trader, and exporter. And then the species look like also become issue for shark because of so many similar shark and rays. It is makes very difficult to identify, especially for the product that been processed. And the last is the product of diversity of shark. So many product that derivative, which is very easy to lose to identify. So these 4 characteristics become the very significance that place huge pressure on CITES implementation. Over the last decade, shark and rays have been listed under Appendix CITES, and now we have more than 200 species that listed on Appendix. The last is 2005 with the gulper shark. This represents of the the political will and also the achievement of the conservation. But the listing alone not guarantee the sustainability. But because of for shark, the listing is just only the beginning, because after that, many gaps coming. I identify at least 2 main components of the gaps. The first is like scientific foundation, and the second is downstream of the implementation. So when shark and rays listed to the appendix, there is the obligation that to develop the NDF, which needs the very robust data. But in some many countries, for example, like Indonesia, this data sometimes incomplete or even unavailable. And the term of the implementations, to fulfill the legality, traceability, and sustainability, the permit exists, but sometimes the verification is weak because of so many agencies involved this with the very different perception. And then the product also changes hand and form, breaking the chain of custody because of the loss of the identity. And then the sustainability check also often come too late after the trade was already occurred. Now we are talking about the Indonesia in very detail as the country with the largest producer of sharks and then also the major of exporter. Indonesia illustrate this challenge at the scale. The complexity is coming from the landed at the first. That at least there are 200 landing sites that need to be recovered or record. And then also the trade chain is very complicated, starting from the landing until the export hub. But Indonesia not starting at the zero. The government has developed the strong foundations to implement the CITES with the institutional system and also trade control. Now the Indonesia, they have to management authority to managing terrestrial and marine species in trade. And then this separating become very significant, reduce the burden authority in managing trade. And then Indonesia also now has developed the integrated trade system with the electronic permit that connect to the quota monitoring. They also control the exit port to detect the smuggling. But yeah, the issue is not about the absence of the infrastructure. The real issue is how this infrastructure functions in practice and actionable in the field. And then here is the gap. The last couple years in Indonesia, actually, most of the research sometimes only focus on stock status, population trend, and productivity models. This is very good, and then because it is very important, but sometimes we forget also about another important things, talking about the institutional performance and to-end implementation sometimes receive less attention. Because in Indonesia, no single agency has the full visible from capture to export. Gap in coordination, geography, and data connectivity creates opportunity for compliance failure. We also see that the potential of failure points for the first is traceability. It starts coming from the sucklanded with very difficult to identify because of the fragmented. And then so the identify of the species is lost before recorded. And the second is sustainability. When the species list gets poorly recorded and the domestic consumption exclude from the NDF, sometimes the NDFs become very biased. And the third is the legality. When the enforcement is only focused on the export, when the product is very difficult to identify because of the derivative product, then the burden will be end and the export. So this is not the isolated the problem. This is happen because of the when one step fail, the next step will be affected. And some failure in early change become the systemic of failure later. If the species identity lost at the landing, everything that follow after that, such as a permit, data, statistic, and then app development is weakened. And the science also will build on the weak foundation. In the end, by the time the product reach export control, the verification sometimes is very impossible, nearly impossible to identify because of the, not because of the law enforcement failed, but because of the system lost identity of the product from the beginning. So the lead to clear a conclusion that we need a reformation on the institutional and policy, but the reform is not creating new mandate, creating new institution, or increasing the paperwork because of the fragmentation is already solved the problem. The reform is about integrating exiting mandate, shifting verification upstream, and treating species level data infrastructure is a must. And then three pillars that how to implement this is like, the first is data synchronized to connect the science, quota, and trade system. Multi-stakeholder collaboration across the government and also the private sector, and then enhancing the upstream surveillance and force at the landing site and domestic, not at the export. So this operational solution. So this is the matters, but beyond the Indonesia, because of this Indonesian experience is very unique and then reflect the sectoral condition across the world largest shark, which is not only Indonesia will happen this situation, but also other country with similar characteristics with Indonesia. And then it is also so that the CITES compliance of shark is not blocked by lack of the law or lack of the political will, but by operational design choice itself. So if we fix the system upstream, we believe that the CITES can work for shark. Before I close the presentation, I would like to thank for you all, and then thank you for all the donors and supporters. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ivan. And with that, we concluded our session. And yeah, I also thank everyone sticking around here until the last time. And don't forget, we still have a follow-up session, a panel talk, bringing out practitioners from government, research consultant, and also academics talking about the implementation of CITES. So we'll see you again at 4 p.m. at this hall. Thank you, and
good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jo Murray. I'm from CFAS in the UK, and along with my colleague Heidi from Rekam, an NGO in Indonesia, we welcome you all to our panel, Listed but Vulnerable. So for the next hour, we're going to be hearing from our wonderful panelists about what they think are the major implementation challenges which are facing effective enforcement of CITES and how these challenges can be tackled. So I think Effin mentioned in his brilliant presentation that over the last decade, more Elasmobranchs species have been added to the CITES appendices than in the preceding 30 years. But the listing's just the beginning. The implementation is where the work comes, aligning national policies at landing sites, with customs at the border, and ensuring that actors in the trade understand and are aware of the regulations. And of course, then working with the communities that are most affected. So during this panel, what we most want to explore is right from policy through to practice, by drawing on the experience of our panelists and what they can tell us through examples from Central and South America through to Southeast and Southern Asia. So let's start at the policy level. We're going to be hearing presentations from all of our speakers before we dig into some of these challenges through our questions and hopefully yours as well. So let me start by introducing Ximena Hadi, Director of Species and Genetic Conservation at Indonesia's Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries. And he's here to speak from the perspective of the management authority who are responsible for translating CITES obligations into national policy.
Okay, thank you, Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Armento. I am from Indonesia. So I am representative from CITES Management Authority Indonesia for this aquatic species. So I will talking about from listing to action. Yes, I think it's easy to speak, but it's of course very challenging to implementation. Indonesia is the one hotspot shark industry in the world, and also our country is the bigger exporter for shark industry. So it's very challenging for us. In the last COP CITES in Uzbekistan, we know the one decision about really die and also Galapagos is zero quota export. Zero quota export is also very challenging for us after the COP. Okay, the first slide I want show to inform to you about the Indonesian country. Indonesian country is the island country, so we have more than 17,000 islands. We can imagine how to manage the natural resource with the geographical like in Indonesia country. And also in this country we have more than 115 species shark, and also more than 100 species ray. It is a big problem for us because in the in the CITES management regulation, shark and ray must be managed in the level species. Is this big problem because the one species with the other species is look like, not only for shark but only for prey. The second, we know the utilization of the species not in the whole body, but export in the part of the body. We export skin, we export meat, we also export bones. Okay, I give it to you. In Indonesia have more than 600 fishing ports. We have more than 600 fishing ports with the total production about 70 until 120 tons per year. Total Elasmobranchs to shark and ray. And also information about the species, okay, 115 species shark and also more than 100 species ray. In under the, CITES regulation, we must implement each country that want to using the species for the international trade. Three main principles about the legal aspect, sustain aspect, and also traceability aspect must be implemented by each country. It also be challenging for us because it's not easy to make management in the legal species, especially for the country like in Indonesia. In the the tropical area, we have multi-species and also multi-gear, and dominant for fisher the small-scale fisheries. I want to say about the real implementation, how the Indonesia try to implementation the CITES rule. About the three aspects, the aspect legal aspect, sustain, and also traceability. In the sustainability aspect, we prepare e-NDF. e-NDF is mandatory. No e-NDF, no export. It's the clear mechanism in the CITES, no e-NDF and also no export. The second, if we do the fishing quota establishment, for the fishing quota, it's a big challenge for us. Big challenge for us for the fishing quota because that limitation data, and also we must transform from fishing quota to the export quota. Fishing quota in the whole, in the body individual, but export quota must be in the part of the body. Legal aspect from the fisher, local trader, international trader, and also legal action pending is tool that we use. The each utilization of the species must get permit from the management authority. And also transportation and movement from area to area, and also for export, must be equipped with the document CITES export permit. And also we collaboration with the other institution in the national level. So management authority cannot work alone. So we together working with the custom, together working with the quarantine, and also with the Ministry of Trade, to make sure the implementation about the traceability also enforced by the other institution, not only by management authority. So we do many training, many coordination with the, other institution under Indonesian law, management authority, Ministry of Trade, quarantine, and also for custom. We have the one collaboration to make sure the mechanism can be implemented well in the field, especially. The big problem, the big challenge for us, because the business process for management shark appendix, not only for international trader, but also come from the small scale fisheries, local trader, exporter trader. It's a link mechanism. But one program for us start from February 2026. We have the one mechanism to issue permit document. We call Ozaki. So every movement the specimen or area to other area must be equipped with the transport document, local document, and also export document. And the all trader must be registered in this application. We call Ozaki. So every transaction by all trader will be recorded in this application. And Ozaki also we connect link with the mechanism to issue transport document from Ministry of Trade, from the quarantine, and also for custom. I think also it's all of implementation of the SAC in Ray species appendix by Indonesia. I think we open to discuss to make more better management to increase the level comply with the CITES regulation. Thank you, Joe.
Okay, thank you very much, Smita Hadi. Next, it's a pleasure to introduce you, Carlos, the Director of Sharky Management and Consulting. Carlos's work focuses on ecology, fisheries, and conservation through his contribution to the IUCN Shark Specialist Group and by advising governments on CITES and CMS processes.
Okay. Buenas tardes. Thank you so much, Joanna and Heidi, for these panelists. We're talking about the guy who can put our presentation.
Yeah. Can we move to the next slide, next presentation?
Yeah, exactly.
Next.
Okay, I will try to talk about how the policy have been to translate to the practices in shark conservation in Latin America, what will happen in the last 7-10 years that show us now the Latin American is going the good moment to protect more shark and rays. So everyone knows about what happened with the sharks. Now they are starting to increase the number, is in vulnerable situation now. And we know about that the principal threat is the overfishing. So, but what happened in the region, Latin America, that they try to collaborate and working together. So we can start because specific for the South America, in the South countries between Colombia, Panama, Chile, Ecuador, they started to work together in the CPPS, is the Permanent Pacific Commission of the South Pacific. They try to collaborate in science to analyze more data. He have been involved in to try to know what happened in CITES, and even in 2021 they tried to estimate what is the best strengthening for that, and what is the gaps that they can find in the region. So as you know, we have 2 conventions. We hear about a lot for them. CMS is one of the conventions of migratory species, and even the last COP was the last month, and now we could have like 70 species in total for having listed appendix 2 and appendix 1. And you have CITES. We can see that the number of sharks having increased after each COP. Now we have almost more than 190 species have been listed. Even the last COP was historical because it was include species in appendix 1. That is sad, to be honest. But so what would happen after that? This big convention, international convention, we translate how they can read in implementation for Latin America. So we can have specific examples. For example, in Panama, proposed is ban all the international trade for all these species having listed. We have now Ecuador has prohibition for the hammerhead shark species, not catch them, no land them, and obviously no trade. And Colombia in 2021 is one of the countries that prohibit all the exportation, all the trade international, and for all the species. And even Costa Rica is one of the countries that have aligned with almost the same measure to protect the hammerhead shark. And we have, I'm sorry, I forget Peru. Peru is protecting for the mobulas. So even we can see that in reflect from one of the last paper. We can see that is that swimming to CITES to sex, and we can see different countries that have been doing good work to try to improve or propose a new measure to conserve the species and that. But now how this can be translated to the practice. So I can talk about specific examples. One of them is the work that I have been doing in Panama, specifically with the alliance that People, Mortality and Legacy, Shark Conservation Fund, and Marviva. Marviva is the local NGO that have been implemented, is executing the project in there. But we can work in specific communities that is in the Gulf of Chiriquí. They used to catch shark. We started to work with them, and they started to move or change, at least to change the behavior, because they started to understand what is the value for the shark. So most of them it used to be catching them. Now they are the fishermen that promote the tourists to go to receive the tourists and go to visit different places, to snorkeling, to diving, and have the opportunity to be there. They now start to identify what is the principal habitat for some species, try to protect them. So, and the chain is incredible. Even we can notice that they are more accepting to talk with the people, more collaboration between the government. And that's one of the principal gaps that we can find in general. In many countries. And the other example that I want to show you is that in Colombia, exactly in the Caribbean Pacific, Shark Management and Consulting have a project in alliance with Cyber Sea Foundation to try to reduce the bycatch for rays in the Caribbean coast. That is one of the first, I can say, the first approach that we can have with these communities, because the rays is used to be forgotten. The people is more focused on shark. But now in Colombia, we have a specific community to catch a lot of rays. But now at the beginning was complicated to work with them because they were super not receptive to receive ads. But we started to working with them, explaining what was the project, and we involved in the project. And now for me, it's super nice to see that we monitoring every week to know what is the catch length, what is the volume, what is the size, what is specific species. We started to working in a workshop with them, increase the awareness and the education about why it is important to protect them. And that's not stop the food security because you understand that. And I can show that, for example, in this project started last year, but now we can see most of the fishermen is start to release the species that they catch them. And that doesn't happen before. And that is a first step. That's good words. So what we need to try to translate all the political, all the decisions that we can take in a high level, directly working with the government, with the communities. So, yeah, that is the example I want to say. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Thank you, Carlos. So next, I'd like to introduce Gabriel, co-principal investigator of the Shark Ecology and Conservation Program of the Charles Darwin Foundation in the Galapagos. He works at the interface on science and policy, translating research into management recommendations at the local, national, and regional level. Over to you.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me well? Yeah? Okay. All right. Sit down. Right, so Carlos was talking about how CITES can help move forward the agenda. I'm going to talk about Ecuador, which is a bit of an extreme case, as we can say. In Ecuador, CITES, since 2024, CITES implemented a suspension of the trades of Appendix 2 listed species of sharks and rays. And this is until the country can show that the trade of these species is not causing damage to the populations. No? So essentially what CITES wants is see that the trade is sustainable and traceable, and on specific terms to come out of this ban, Ecuador has to show that it can implement bycatch limits and export quotas based on science, on the best available science, but also produce robust no-detriment findings, the NDFs, and legal acquisition findings as well. So essentially, show the elements that CITES has to verify that the trade is sustainable and is traceable as well. So the suspension, the CITES suspension is valid for the species on the Appendix 2. Not all of them. It's valid for the treasures, the silkies, and the makos. Blue sharks are landed in large numbers in Ecuador as well, and it's Appendix 2 species, but the suspension is only valid for the species that were listed before the COP19. So it's really important to have in mind that this suspension, it's for the international trade, it's for exports, it's not for domestic trade. All right, so just going back a bit, Ecuador, Ecuador prohibits target shark fisheries. So it's a bit of a interesting scenario where you think that they have export ban, but they also don't have target shark fisheries. But while Ecuador has a specific regulation not to allow to prohibit the landing of a few species like hammerheads, oceanic white tips, whale sharks, and of mantas as well, and other rays, there is no bycatch limit for the other species. So most species are actually fairly unregulated in terms of what can be landed. And because of this unregulation, Ecuador lands around 340,000 sharks per year. And that shows that this trade is actually, that the landings are quite unregulated, and that something needs to happen, right? So when we look at the effects of this trade regulation, the export, we can see that on this graph on top, we see that the exports of these CITES Appendix 2 listed species, it has dropped. If you check in 2024, the exports, they have decreased, but on the graph on the bottom, we can see that the landings, they haven't. So, in fact, if you look at the landings of treasures, they have slightly increased. And how come? Like, why that happened, right? Why with export ban, we're still seeing those increases in catch? And the answer for that is that there is a lot of domestic consumption as well, which is an element that it's quite significant, right? So Ecuador sharks and rays are not traditional dishes. It's not a traditional food in Ecuador, but studies have shown that there is a large amount of mislabeling in the countries, especially in the cities, more the inland cities, to the point that a recent study that was published fairly recently, I think just last year or beginning of this year, showed that 50% of the samples that they found in the markets of a fish, of cheap telos fish, were actually sharks, right? And this shows that there is a lot of what would be exported, which is it's around 15% of the catch. It's actually entering the domestic market, and a lot of that it's probably being mislabeled as other fish. The other component of this puzzle is what has been evidenced just in the last few weeks as well. If you look at this post on the right, this is a Caesar event that happened a few weeks ago of basically it was found that they were trying to export illegally about 20,000 fins from Ecuador, from one of the airports in Ecuador. And it shows that a lot of these fins that indicates that a lot of these fins that were previously being exported legally and now are just entering the black market, right? So despite these challenges, this is it's a byproduct of the prohibition, but despite this challenge is what the trade suspension has done, has been created a lot of political willingness of the government to sort out the situation, right? And because of this political will of the government to move forward with fisheries management, we've been able to move the discussions in terms of produce more robust NDFs. The government has been open to review the way that they are doing the NDFs. We were able to bring to do a capacity building in the country to implement a standardized NDFs. We brought a specialist on producing e-NDFs, which happens to be Carlos, and help to build capacity within the government, within the academic community, and the science sector of the government on producing more standardized NDFs. But also, the government has been more willing to allow and to bring the science community to review the NDFs that they are making to make sure that they are more robust, because they need that to get out of the situation with CITES, right? Also, one of the requirements of CITES for lift the suspension was that the country implement bycatch limits and landing quotas that are science-based. So the government has been drafting a ministerial agreement based on stock assessments of the 5 more common species in the catch. And this is all an ongoing process that hasn't been completed yet, and this ban is still effective. So it's an ongoing process, but it shows that there is advance in terms of organizing the fisheries management in the country. But if Ecuador manages to implement good fisheries management and all the CITES requirement, there will still be a major challenge that it's related to something that's broader. It's very much related to what Carlos was saying about the collaboration. But when you look at these species that are in the CITES Appendix 2, the shark species, a lot of them are migratory species, right? And we can see on this figure here, that's our silky shark tagging data, satellite tags, and we can see that the sharks, they are moving around the entire Eastern Tropical Pacific. And it's an area with a high fishing effort and with a lot of countries fishing there. So even if Ecuador manages to implement domestic, good domestic fisheries regulation, they can't really prove that these catches and this trade is sustainable, because there is more people, more countries fishing those sharks and having uncontrolled fishing mortality. So what that evidences to us is that this action needs to be coordinated regionally. And what we really need for these migratory sharks is that the RFMOs step in and start doing this CITES requirement, like the NDFs and the stock assessments on the regional level. So what would be really good to see, it's actually the coordination between the RFMOs, CITES, and CMS as well, because each one of these institutions or conventions, they have their own mandate and their own space. But if they can work together, there is a good way forward. And now for the Eastern Tropical Pacific, the area that Ecuador is, what we want to see is the IATTC, the regional RFMO, to be taking the lead on the stock assessments, on conducting the regional NDFs, and defining these fishing quotas for the countries that are fishing in the area. And this would help with the fisheries management in the regional terms. And then CITES can be specifically dealing with the international trade of each country and regulating that. And on that context, considering what we saw in Ecuador in terms of what happened with the landings after the prohibition, that the landings actually kept the same or even gone up, what we need is that CMS, which really focus on regulating or providing a framework for conservation of the species within the countries, is coordinated as well in these actions to be actually reducing the catches within the countries, and it's sort of regulating this domestic trade as well. And on top of that, now with BBNJ being implemented, that can help to fill in some of these gaps in the high seas as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, fantastic, Gabriel. So as Joe mentioned before that in this session we're having 2 blocks. The first block is done with the policy level, and the next block will be on the ground implementation. And now we're having here Hasanta Kausaya from Sri Lanka Customs. He's bringing his more than 17 years experience at one of the most significant transit points for illegal shark fin and products in the entire Indian Ocean. So please, Hasanta.
Thank you, Heidi. Since the time is also limited, I'm going to stick to my speaker notes and to my presentation slides. So I'll run through my speaker notes. You can focus on my slides. Actually, we are from the enforcement. I'm from Sri Lanka Customs, as Heidi introduced me. The language that customs understand, or the enforcement understand, is a bit different to the language that the scientific community understand of a particular problem. So let's see how the enforcement understand this problem. Enforcement is only as strong as our ability to identify species, verify documents, and act on intelligence. My experience as a customs officer is quite challenging when it comes to deal with wildlife, and also to mention the sharks and the rays. What we are dealing with is not a small-scale smuggling, but we are intercepting multi-ton consignments, thousands of kilograms of shark fins and ray gill plates. This tells us 2 things. First, this is organized. Second, and the most important thing is, this is moving through formal supply chains, not hidden routes. This is where the real gap lies. There is critical differences between listing species and actually stopping the illegal trade. In many cases, shipments are declared, documented, and processed, appearing compliant on paper. I'm still hanging on my title slide. I'm not moving forward. Yeah. But in reality, those involve misdeclared or undeclared listed species. So the question is not whether rules exist, it's whether we can operationalize them at the point of control. I'm going to bring 3 case examples. I have only 3 slides. So these 3 slides will focus on 3 scenarios that we have experienced. The first one. This example was intelligence-based, and it has 3 key steps. First, we had the intelligence input. As shown at the center top, we've observed that Hong Kong is making some seizures of export shipments that we have exported, where it was having shark fins and gill plates which had not been approved for the exportation, or in simple terms, they were not having CITES permits. And this was part of our intelligence analysis. So we were looking at ourselves from others' eyes. So far, we haven't had, till this point, we haven't had any cases of shark fins or fish gill plates in Sri Lanka. So no sooner we realized that this is happening, we started analyzing what drives or what makes us vulnerable to this smuggling activity. So we looked for the risk indicators. We identified the high-risk route. Of course, it's from Sri Lanka to Hong Kong, across both sea and air. And most of the time, they were using vague cargo descriptions like dried seafood in their export cargo manifest. And we saw that they were submitting the customs declarations close to the cargo cutoff times. So every vessel or an aircraft has a cargo cutoff time. So they were submitting all their documents very close to the cargo cutoff time. And we saw the involvement of experienced seafood exporters who could leverage on system familiarity. Third, the most critical is the infusion of species identification capacity to the frontline officers. So once we realized that there is a threat, we realized that this is a lack of knowledge or lack of awareness of our own officers to detect the illegal fins, illegal products within the export shipments. So we incorporated or infused that know-how for the officers to detect and identify shark fins and gill plates. What did we found after? You can see from here on the slide, we made 4 back-to-back seizures soon after we made these changes in our enforcement. And they were not sophisticated concealment, but misdeclaration in plain sight. Most of the shipments had legal documents. They were having CITES permits, but within the shipments, they had species which had not been approved or haven't been issued with a CITES permit. Once we started detecting this, we saw an increase of compliance level of the exporters. And we haven't stopped there, and this was actually communicated to all the countries by way of an alert through the Regional Intelligence Liaison Office, so that they could also look for similar attempts of smuggling shark fins and fish gills. And my next example is another incident that we uncovered where they have laundered shark fins to the legal supply chain, but it was not misdeclared. It was declared as fins. This was an import. The pattern we observed was consistent: illegal sourcing, processing elsewhere outside Sri Lanka. Specifically for these two examples, one was sourced from Philippines and the other one was from UAE. Then they were importing the shipments into Sri Lanka with domestic approvals that are necessary and integrating the shipments into the legal value chains and then export it as a locally origin product. It's kind of like laundering money. This was laundering shark fins to the legal supply chain. So in both these cases, what we identified, the methods that they are using have become more sophisticated. We observed first misdeclaration of origin. For example, misdeclaration at the origin, not of origin, at the origin, where at the exporting country, they were declared not as shark fins. One shipment was declared as cardboard packing materials so that the customs would not might find it doubtful for the physical examination to conduct. And the other one was just briefly mentioned as seafood, dried seafood. And we also observed that inconsistent business profiles, such as non-seafood exporters or non-seafood traders, were behind some of these imports. And they were routing the shipments through multiple jurisdictions to dilute the traceability. The third one. This case, where they have used cover loads to move shark fins into the country. So the previous one and this one were imports, whereas Sri Lanka is not a market for shark fins. So our idea was that they were bringing them into, again, to integrate into the supply chain to be exported out of the country. So they are all structured attempts to exploit the system dependencies on documents and trust. Because customs as the law enforcement agency at the border process thousands of documents day in and day out. So our officers mostly rely on documents, and our systems also depend on documents. So they were using documents to hide behind them and send their ill-obtained or ill-gotten shipments into the supply chains in Sri Lanka. So the impact was immediate. High-risk trade flows were disrupted, unauthorized imports were stopped, and compliance level were increased. But importantly, these results only hold as long as enforcement pressure is sustained. So we have to keep on straining our enforcement mechanisms, putting more resources to physically check all the shipments that are coming in, which is not possible at all. So still, the threat is out there, but we are trying our level best to mitigate as much as possible. Can I take one more minute and finish? Yeah. So there are three key takeaways from the lessons that we learned. One is we have to provide species identification to the frontline officers. The second, we have to support them with intelligence for the targeting, and we need to establish interagency and international cooperation to effectively deal with these transnational crimes. With that, I will conclude my presentation.
Thank you very much. That was really challenging, yet incredible work out there. And now we're moving to our last speaker in this panel, who will talk about how long-term landing site monitoring will help the enforcement of the regulations. We're having Egin from, he's the project leader of Mobula Project Indonesia, whose distinctive work is to build a bridge between social ecological science and policy, as well as between conservation outcomes and the livelihoods of fishing communities, and who cannot simply be regulated out of the picture. So again, floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Thank you everyone for attending this event. So we have been talk a lot about this CITES, and I want to take all of you going back to the basic regarding the data. And today we will share some our work in Indonesia regarding integrating long-term monitoring and academic collaboration for shark and rays conservation and CITES compliance. So back to the main problem in Indonesia that we are facing, because most of fisheries in Indonesia is small-scale fisheries, and I think one of the good example, I will take Muncar as my primary site, become the good example for the shark and ray fisheries from the small scales in Muncar. And in Muncar, in small scale fisheries, there are no present of formal auction. So the data is like spread along the fishing port. So the data is kind of like patchy. Sometimes the data is lost, and sometimes we didn't know how have been happened in the fishing port. And that's what we are facing in the field. And because not so many of us in Indonesia, I think the small NGO is spread along Indonesia from Sabang to Merauke, but I believe there's still a little number to cover up these shark fisheries in Indonesia. And the real challenge is uncover landing, data loss landing, and like Pak Sarminto said before, when we didn't have any data, we didn't have proof any NDF, we can't sell the product, and that's become a big problem. So we come up to some idea, because I know to work with the fishing community, to work with the fishing port is kind of like a board job, you know. You got to the fishing port every morning, every single morning from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. or I think on the first day I come here to Sri Lanka, I join with the workshop by Blue Resource team, and they go to the market at 3 a.m. every single day. So that's a hard work, and I know it's very, very tired to work it. So our approach is to have daily data landing monitoring day by day with the manpower that we have, and it's still not cover all the data that should be there. So the thing is we're scaling up the initiative. What we are doing is with the scaling through academic collaboration. In Indonesia, we have so many local universities spread across the country, and we try to build some collaboration with the university. We engage the student from the university, ask them to do some studentship with us, doing some internship, like for a couple of months. We share what we are doing. We share the knowledge and everything, and it helps a lot, actually. We got the manpower, we get the more shark enthusiasts. Maybe it's not relevant if we are talking here, but in Indonesia, it's not common to become a marine biologist. And specifically, it's not common to become a shark scientist. It's kind of like not a cool job, but yeah, we try. In here, we try to collaborate with the student from the university, from various university. And on the last 4 years, I think we gained like a 64 plus studentship. And yeah, most of them interact and continue their work or their research on the shark fisheries, and we already published like 10 plus journal. This initiative not only to prove that this initiative can work by collaboration with the university, but also by doing this collaboration, is it kind of like long-term data investment? Because in the university, by doing some research with the student, it's kind of like documenting all the data that can be used at the next time. So the impact from the data to policy management. Right now, our data used by the Indonesia government to have some stock assessment on shark and rays. And that's a good movement because I think we have quite good data on biological day by day on several landing sites. And don't forget, this is will increase the capacity building. Like I heard before, the speaker said, the main things that we have to increase is the skill of the identification, by having some students, they gain the skill to identification the shark and rays and have some research on shark and rays biology. It will be stronger as our data in the field. And this initiative is very potential to replicability and scalability, I think, in every single country, not only in Indonesia. I think by collaborate between our NGO, government, and the university, it can create long-term data monitoring. And as we know, the data monitoring is become a great tool to assess is it the CITES implementation success or not. So I think this is a good starting point to implement the CITES. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks to all our panelists for their brilliant presentations, and it's great to hear kind of what's happening at regional levels right the way through to working with communities. So I'm going to kick off some questions. We're just going to ask a couple, and then we want to open it out to the audience. But so this one's for Pat Siminto, Hasantha, and Egin. So we heard about your contexts, national systems, Sri Lanka's custom efforts, and Egin working with the community and implementing there. So I'm interested to know from each of you, what do you think is the biggest kind of gap in what CITES needs you to do on paper, and what you can deliver practically in the field, and how do we fill that gap? So we can start with you.
Okay, thank you, Joe. I think one of the biggest gap, about the CITES implementation, especially for Indonesia country, awareness and also understanding about the CITES mechanism. It still happen, especially for the local fisher and also local trader. And we also gave about the data. Once again, I said that for shark and ray, management and label species is pretty difficult to implementation. Once again, because one species with other species is very, very localized, very, very localized. My people, researchers, it's easy to make the brain, okay, species A and species B. But for local fisher, local fisher and the local trader, it's also not easy. See, we do many training, Joe. We do many training for fisher, do training for local trader, do training also for the international trader. So we have many collaboration with national NGO to do socialization, to do awareness. We also develop one platform with what I call the Ozaki, to make more easy to control the every movement from area to other area. We can trace the every transaction for the export. So we also collaboration internal in Indonesia. We have collaboration with the custom. We have collaboration with the law enforcement office. We have collaboration with the quarantine office to make sure the mechanism can be implemented. Once again, it's not easy, but we work hard in, of course. Now we also have the 4 or 5 PhD program for shark and ray, supported by the government of UK. Thank you so much for the support. And of course, for the next future, we hope to more than many students, researchers, interest to research about the shark and ray. And we hope it's not easy for our country because especially our fisher very depend their livelihood to shark fishery and also for trader. Thank you so much.
Okay, Hasantha?
Yeah. I quote one of my friends who said this before. Unfortunately, illegal fish doesn't turn black. when it crosses borders. So it's a matter of identification for the law enforcement. So we have to, as I said at the beginning, this has to be converted into a language where law enforcement officers can understand. No matter what the technical, technical terms or the scientific names the CITES will be using, it has to be converted into a language where the law enforcement officers can understand, because we are not working with scientists there at the border. So it could be guides, field guides, or mobile applications, web applications, or anyway, it has to be, a tangible or palatable tool that the law enforcement officers can be used of. In this line, we've got a lot of assistance from our local partners. Especially, I should mention here, the Blue Resources Trust. They have been providing us a lot of training and capacity building. I can see some of the experts who came and trained our officers, and also our development partners who offered us training for identification, fin identification, skin identification, also gill plates identification. So that's what I want to say at this moment.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hasanta, right. Sometimes on the ground, even officers didn't care about the CITES, they didn't know at all about the CITES. And then it's our homework, to translate all the CITES to be more known in the ground. The thing is, I think the gap is we have to find where is the common line in ground level. Sometimes, let me give an example in Indonesia, in Banyuwangi context, sometimes middlemen have a very strong power. Yeah, whatever middleman asks, the fisher just go. Maybe the fishers didn't want to catch a shark or race, but when the middleman said, hey, you have to catch a shark, you have to catch a race, I have some order from others, they will catch. So I think to find the best node to enforce or educate, it's necessary to have the CITES implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Shomal. So the next question is for Carlos and Gabriel. So Carlos, in your earlier slides, you've observed a spectrum in Latin America in terms of efforts in implementing CITES, from the total trade bans to active quota management. And Gabriel, your work reframes CITES suspensions as driver for improvement. So my question is, do you have any suggestion on how a country should choose the right tool for CITES implementation? Maybe some suggestion.
So the right tool for CITES implementation, well, how long is a piece of string, right? So obviously having the data, having the information to be able to generate the best or the management plans and the management strategies based on the best available science is super important. But also the enabling factors for that, those tools like the NDFs, the stock assessments, to actually really permeate through the management and actually be applicable on the ground. Because sometimes you may have the information, but to translate that into be able to apply that on the field, that the people who are there enforcing and trying to implement that, they need to be enabled with that as well. So there is the part of having the information, but also the enabling elements to implement that.
Okay, no, I believe that Gabriel have a good point, but that depends on the context of each country that they have. Maybe they have different options that can be worse for them. So. And even it's curious because you can find some countries that be the leader for the proposal to proponent, but they don't have the solution for all of them. They have some strength, how do you say that? Like they have some tools that they can be the example for the other countries, and they have the other weakness. But for example, in the region, you can see that Ecuador is one of the countries that have the best traceability for the products, for each product. And you can find, for example, in Panama doesn't have, this is an example, but Panama have a good measure to try to control the landing for the vessel that they have. And even when you don't have this all the information to try to get the best decision, even sometimes the best decision is, okay, I don't have all of this, I need to put a stop temporarily and start to work in that. But that doesn't happen all the time.
Great, thank you. So we still have time for Tonatli. So I would like to invite questions from the audience. So if you have questions, please assign your question to the specific speaker that you would like to have the answers to. Yeah, so please, if any questions? Okay, so Joe, do you still have a question?
I've got one actually.
Oh, good.
So this is for Ximena actually. There's been lots of work developing kind of genetic tools to use at the border. Like, are you using any genetic tools? And you know, how easy do you think that would be applied in the Sri Lanka context?
Yeah, I think that will be a good solution for this problem that we are facing at the borders. Right now, we are not using any of those tools. But we know that it is available out there. If that can be deployed, at least as a pilot project, we can see how best that will work when it comes to real world. Because not only we are working with the illegal, we are looking for the illegal shipments, we are day in and day out working with the legal shipments which are going out. So in terms of facilitating the trade, we have a big role to play. So sometimes what we see is that the problem lies within the system itself, and they are exploiting the system. So this tool will be a very good tool, because one example that I showed where they have imported shark meat, just mentioning as dried fish. And when it comes to shark meat, we do import a lot of shark meat into Sri Lanka because we consume a lot in dry form. So it's just shark meat. We don't know which species to that meat belongs to. We had to accept their declaration because of the fact we don't have a tool to identify the species from the meat that is produced at the customs. So I think that would be a good tool. I'm not sure about the availability in Sri Lanka, but if it can be used, we are happy to accept that and try it. Thank you.
So, okay, then I saw question. Okay, I'll take two questions since we have running time. Yeah, please, from the front and then Holly.
Hi, this question is for Carlos. How do you manage as a scientist to work with governments? Because I know that CITES is have a strong component on politics and diplomacy. And so how is your experience connecting with these people as a scientist?
That's a good question. I believe that the last, in between 5-7 years, now the government is going to attend this international convention like CITES. They have a good advisor with them, and they take into account more the science to take the best decision. So I can see that, well, I can say that in the last 3 or 4 COPs, it will be better. So you can see the government is going to be receive the advisor for the scientific, that have the information, and even that could be reflect in the proposal. The proposal each time is more stronger than the previous one. In my opinion, one of the last 4 COPs, all the proposals have all the scientific information that demonstrate that they need the protection, and that is the best weapon that any proposal can be down. That's my perspective. And when I was thinking about the question that we are right in this Shark International that made Daniel Fernando and Anna say, when having started working in Shark, and I've been a research, I was thinking what we can do that made the difference in the real world. So we have been working in science for many years. And at the beginning, I just thinking I want to be a master's degree, a PhD, working in a lab. But suddenly, I started to know about that you can use the information that you can get it to support or improve the government. And now the government is more receptive to do that. And that's the best weapon that we have now to protect the shark.
Thank you for your answers. Please, Holly?
Just complementing
Okay,
that, like from experience that we have in Ecuador, when CITES introduced the suspension, the first thing that the government look is, okay, so how do we address that? What is the information that we have there, and who can help us to be generated this information that we need to show to CITES? And at that moment, as Carlos said, there is a lot of lot more openness of the government to be working with the scientists or the technical staff that can actually help them to answer those questions and to lay that plan to come out of a suspension, for example.
Yeah, great.
Okay, now it's working. So actually, my question was going to be for Gabriel, and you've sort of already partially answered it, actually, because I think it's kind of a fascinating case study on how CITES compliance mechanisms can potentially drive meaningful change. And I don't know if there are many other examples of where there's been some kind of suspension, and then that, I guess, has like motivated governments to do something. And I guess if I understand correctly, the framing is that because of the trade suspension, that has somehow like motivated or incentivized the government to pay more attention to CITES and sort of implement it properly. And I know you had some graphs that were really interesting about how export declined and catch didn't, basically. And I wondered, just in terms of timelines, like when did this stuff happen? And do you have any kind of follow-on data now to see whether you're seeing any meaningful change? And I also wondered whether you'd if there was any information on stuff like market prices, and whether you could see if there were any either positive or potentially unintended like trickle-down consequences in terms of trade and what the fishers and traders were actually doing as a result. It's just like a very interesting case study, and it'd be cool to see how it plays out.
Yeah, thank you for the question. That's actually very interesting. I was talking to Carlos about that because the data that we have there in that graph, the graph is the data of the year of the suspension, right? But I was really trying to get the data for the following year, for 2025, to show and tell a bit more of the story. But that's still unfolding. We're still seeing what's happening in the country in terms of how the market is adjusting. I mean, those the seizure of the fins in the airport just showed us that there is a shift in the trade and the internal trade adjusting to that. And an interesting thing that we've been seeing is that the data, Ecuador actually has a really good land-use data. The country has a good system of monitoring, and I think one of the things that actually shows how the story is unfolding is actually the fact that they have this good information. And we are still processing that, trying to understand a little bit more. There is more than we've shown here, but it's a process of seeing what the counterbalances are, and they exist. The internal market is not sitting and waiting. They are trying to compensate that by replacing species. So, for example, when you look at the exports, the total exports not necessarily dropped. There may have been a substitution of species, and that can happen because, for example, blue sharks are not, the export of blue sharks is not prohibited. So they can adjust the market to focus the internal market on the species that are CITES-listed and prohibited, with the export prohibited, and compensate that with the other ones that not. So a bit of what we were talking before, it's such a complex, those conventions, they implement such a complex context that the market will adapt, and we will see what works and what the weak points are once they start to be effective. And that happens with CMS, that happens with CITES, with prohibition, as it happened with Ecuador, but also with the uplisting of species as well. So it's a very dynamic scenario, and it's as much as looking at science as it is looking at the policy and looking at the market as well.
Thank you. And with that, we're concluding our panel session. Please give a round of applause for the speakers. And thank you, everyone, for sticking around. After this, you can always follow up. Don't hesitate to approach them, I would say. And yeah, thank you very much, everyone. Good afternoon.